Hello everyone, I'm hoping you are doing well. In this episode, I am going to start by optimizing a little my equipment. Let's start with J. So I'm going to choose another pistol. I'm going to choose the agonizing one. Let's go with this one. Let's check Ulfar. I'm going to choose another equipment. Let's go with the blessed bolter casing. Also, I'm going to choose the Book of Prayer for him. And some injector. Let's check Pascal now. So I'm going to give him the bit of concentration and also the metronome. Then Magi. So let's look for the iron cape. And the blood thirst something. It's a cloak. If the wearer's target is suffering from bleeding, the wearer's melee attacks deal an additional plus 2% damage for each point of the target's agility bonus. Let's go with this one. I'm going to continue with Magi. So I'm going to use the goggle that Pascal is using right now, because I'm going to try to proc with Magi willpower resistance test, a lot of them, because he can fight back with lethality each time you proc a resistance test. So let's go with that. I think I'm going to pick something else for Abelard 2. This one goes over there. Pascal, it's yours. And now, Abelard, you are going to wear again the crown. I think it's called the crown, right? Yes, it is. Okay. You have this one. Let's continue with Magi. I'm going to use something called riposte gloves. If the wearer is an assassin and successfully dodges or parries an enemy's attack, it automatically creates an additional opening on that enemy on the side closest to the wearer. I think this is good for him. So I am also going to change the boots he's using. I think Severan is moves a lot, but he doesn't really need the boost I am giving him with this pair of boots. So I think I'm going to give this one to Solomon, and if Severan needs them, I will put them back on him. So let's go with this one first. Okay. Severan, you are going to use another pair of boots. I think this is the boots that Adira is wearing. The Psyker's footwear. Severan, this is for you now, and let's choose another pair of boots. I think it's called Psyker boots or something. Psyker. Yes, the wearer gains 7 dodge until the start of their next turn for each enemy affected by their Psy power or Psyker staff attacks. Stacks, okay. So, and the dodge is related to perception. This is a good one for her. Okay, let's continue. I think I'm going to give to Marajai a Scorcher too. Okay, let's go with this. And something called an elixir called Intoxicating Elixir. This is it. Okay, we are done with Marajai, I think. Let's continue. Severn. I think I'm going to change a few things over there. So, let's check. Yeah, I'm going to give him this pair of gloves, I think. And I'm going to give the one Severn was using to Jay. I think I'm going to try to attack with Jay now. She's not going to be just a buffer for my team. So that's why I'm going to choose this one for now. Let's see if it's working. Okay, let's continue. So I think this is everything I wanted to do with him, but maybe I can give him something. Okay, the Crimson also, Intoxicants. Okay, I don't think he needs a medikit. I could be wrong. Jay. So Jay, what can I do with you? We are going to choose another amulet. The Onslaught amulet. After the wearer uses press the advantage, if the wearer still has more than 5 tactical advantage stacks, the next attack ignores deflection. More than 10 tactical advantage stacks also ignores cover. More than 15 tactical advantage stacks also ignore dodge. So this is pretty good, but what is more interesting is what is below. If the wearer already has the undisputed advantage talent, then press the advantage will only spend a quarter of the tactical advantage stacks instead of half of it. So this is really good. Do I have something else for you also called, I think this is this one, the peripheral visor. Each time the wearer spends 10 stacks of tactical advantage, they gain +1 resolve until the end of combat. This is pretty good, and I prefer this look for Jay. Let's continue. She has the pistol I wanted to use, and she has also the bracer, and I think I'm going to choose another cloak for them, for her. Let's choose Rogue. It's a Rogue Trader cloak, okay. Let me check the name. Okay, it's Mercy. Rogue Trader. And the Mercy, we are going to use it on Cassia, because Jay is going to be in the front. Okay, I prefer this one for her. Okay, we are done. Let's continue. Kibela. So Kibela, she can use something called Carmine something, Carmine Crown. Whenever a bleeding, burning or toxic effects inflicted by the wearer deals damage to an enemy, that enemy suffers -5% armor penalty against only the wearer's attacks, and the wearer gains +5% critical hit chance against them stacks. Let's go with that. And I prefer this look too, so this is also good for this reason. I think I'm going to choose another pair of boots, the Inertia one. So, if the wearer's melee attack, except the Death from Above and Bladedancer abilities, is dodged, parried, or scores a critical hit, the wearer gains +7 MP and does not provoke attacks of opportunity until the end of their turn. So I should be able to do very often crit critical hits, so I think I should be okay with this one now. Okay, let's continue. I'm going to change the armor also. Okay. I think this is this one because of the property attached to it. When making an attack, the wearer gains +3 agility for each MP they have right before that attack, up to a maximum of 30 agility. This bonus stacks and lasts until the end of the wearer's turn. Yeah, I think I'm going to try this one. We'll see if it's working. And I'm going to give you also a Scorcher and a Crimson. A Crimson Intoxicant. Okay. Solomon. So Solomon, you need another shield because you are using this auto shotgun. So let's go with, I think this is this one because the reload costs 0 AP, so pretty good. I'm going to change the order of the shotguns, and I am also going to use another shotgun because of the property attached to it. I think this is, which one is it? I don't recognize it. It's the Crescendo, because when the wielder parries an attack or hits 2 or more enemies with this shotgun's range area attack, they gain +1 attack until the start of their next turn. Okay, this is good. Let's continue. I want to give him also another cloak, a cloak that I think Pascal is wearing at the moment. So this is the cloak of hatred. I'm going to give it to Solomon. And Pascal, you are going to wear another one called Shadow Guide cloak. Okay, this one. The wearer becomes the least priority target as long as they have no enemies or allies adjacent. This is the case most of the time. And we are done with Pascal. Let's continue. Let's continue with Abelard. So Abelard, I'm going to give you a specific trinket. This one, Peculiar Trinket. At the start of the wearer's turn, they gain 20 temporary wounds. When the wearer's wounds drop to 0, they fall prone and gain 10% of their maximum wounds as temporary wounds. The wearer becomes the priority target of adjacent enemies, while prone if the wearer has no other allies with more than 0 wounds, they and their allies die. On the wearer's next turn, they regain 30% of their wounds if they still have temporary wounds. Okay, and this effect activates only once per round, of course. So I'm going to remove this item, and I am also want to remove another item he's using, because I'm using Relished Anguish with Invigorating Resolve, and it's not good. So I'm going to give that to Solomon, the Relished Anguish, and Abelard is going to use another one, the Exo Glove. Should have them somewhere. Exoskeletal Gloves. The wearer gains +10 strength and +5 toughness. Okay, this is good for him, obviously. Adira, we are going to boost his Herm Psi rating with an item called the Scarf. Yeah, this is pretty good for her. And Pascal, we are going to continue to do some change with you. So I want another item called the Long Range. This one, And I think I'm going to remove the metronome. Okay, he has already the self-calibrating helmet. The wearer's successful single attacks inflict stun on the target for 1 round. If the target fails a willpower resistance test with a -5 penalty. If the wearer attacks a stunned enemy, the nearest enemy becomes stunned as well. Okay, he has the right cloak now. And I want to give him another pair of boots called the Sharpshooter boots. Whenever the wearer performs a single shot range attack from any cover, this attack gains plus 15 armor penetration. And I think I'm going to give this pair of boots also to Elliot. Okay. Let's continue with Cassia. Cassia, she needs another item too. Which one is it? I think this is this one. The Commander's Notes. Whenever the wearer uses Combat Locus Stratagem, the benefits of the targeted zone are quadrupled instead of being doubled. So I'm going to remove this one, this item, okay? And I think this is it with her. Let's continue with Elliot. So I'm going to use an armor I was using, the Hunter Father armor. I think this is the best one because of the ability attached to it. The wearer gains plus 2 MP and the Strike of Kernus ability. Okay. I need something called piercing something. I'm going to choose the package backpack with armor piercing ammo. Okay. At the moment it doesn't, it's not very useful, but because I don't have any armor penetration, but because of the sharpshooters I have it, so this is pretty good, right? So it's related to 6th level, is related to armor penetration, and I'm going to have a lot of it, so this is pretty good. Okay. I'm going to use another pair of gloves. It's called the Death Dealer gloves. The wearer's damage is increased by 2% for each critical hit and for each enemy they killed until the end of combat. Let's go with that one. And I think this is it for Elliot. And this is it for my companion. So if you are interested, I can show you what I am using. The Eyes of Joyeuse, the Condensed Carapace for now, the Warp Surge Brooch, the Hematerium's Channeler with the Incinerator, the Staff of Endless Flame, Psy-Focus, the Knuckle Guard, Augmented Gloves, Malpian Shroud, Psyker's Footwear. For Idera, I am using the Tasathium Mask, the Chaos Light Enforcer Carapace, the Experimental Psy Amplifier, the Staff of the Shock and Awe, with Thought Guide. I am also using the Starmist Scarf, the Grimoire of the Void, the Warp Conductor Gloves, the Chameleoline Cloak, and the Battle Psyker Boots. And for Vespers, I am using Grave Chill. For Idera, I am using Full Sight Veil with the Hunter Father's armor, with the Armor Piercing Ammo, with the Chant of Stagnation, with Eye of Hecaton. I'm using also Wraithbone Necklace, Prey Scanner, Death Dealer Gloves, Backpack with Armor Piercing Ammo, and Sharpshooter Boots. With J, I am using Peripheral Visor, Breacher's Armor, Saint Connectius Scriptures, Agonizing Splinter Pistol, Bone Shatterer, Deadshot Splinter Rifle, Onslaught Amulet, Heart of the Nameless, Thrice Pioneer's Bracers, Rogue Trader's Cloak, and Commissar Boots. For Abelard, with Abelard, I am using the Guardian Crown, Adherent of Mankind, Chirurgeon's Manual, Power Axe, Power Maul, and Craven's Bane. I am also using Invigorating Resolve with the Peculiar Trinket, with Exoskeletal Gloves, with Navy Swashbuckler's Coat, and Impulse Boots. I am also using with Pascal Self-Calibrating Helmet, Scout Armor, Bead of Concentration, and Overcharge Plasma Gun. I'm using the Omnissiah Holy Symbol, the Long Range Aim Lens, the Plasma Shaper Gloves, the Shadow Guide Cloak with the Sharpshooter Boots. With Cassia I am using Commander's Monocle, Slick Body Glove, Signate of the Inquisition, Astronomican Regalia, with Red Crystal Staff. I am also using Honor Insignia, Commander's Notes, Noble Silk Gloves, Mercy's Gift, and Expeditionary Footwear. With Kibela I am using Carmine Crown, Armor of Hidden Promise, Diagnostor, Imminent Torment, Gene Blade of Irimeris, with Bloodthirster, Anatomist's Amulet, Feel of Death, Bladedancer's Braces, Swashbuckler Cloak, and Inertia Boots. With Solomon I am using Steel Guidance, Ceramite Xeno Chestplate, Enemy Finder, Double Barreled Shotgun, Gunnery Shield, Shotgun Soul Pattern with Crescendo. I'm also using Ironclad Argument, Demolition Instructions, Relished Anguish, Cloak of Hatred, and Reinforced Boots. And Glato is using Pack Hunting. Ulfa is using Red Wolf Skull with Wolfskin, with Book of War Prayers, Astartes Bolt Pistol, Astartes Chains Sword, Astartes Bolter, Blessed Bolter Casing, Stimulant Injector, Astartes Power Gloves, Wolf Pelt Cloak with Astartes Power Boots. And with Marajai I am using Self-Calibrating Goggles, Incubus Blade Armor, Iron Cape, Blade of the Suffering Collector, Hekatari Blade of Bloodthirst, and Bloodseeker Clave. I am also using Slicing Symbol, Notes on Weaknesses, Rye Post Gloves, Cloak of Bloodthirst, and Skirmisher Boots. And Argenta and Anrix are deceased, so we are not going to talk about them. I'm going to continue. I'm going to choose or look at my colonies. Let's go with the projects belonging to Fullstone. I still don't know what I am going to choose, I think, for Fullstone. Or in fact I know. I'm going to use Sacred Comet because I need Drusian reputation and Explorators too, so I think this is the best one. I could choose Holy Defenders, but I don't think this is necessary. I'm not going to use Piety's Charge, I think. And I don't really need Blessing of Saint Conathieth, so let's go with Sacred Comet. On Janus. Let's see what I can do on Janus. Death Cult of the Reaper Emperor. I don't really need that, so I'm not going to do it. And I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. I don't need the rep from the Kasbalika mission because it's already maxed out. I could use this one, but I'm using security. And I don't really need this weapon. It's a really good one, but I think I'm going to wait for Janus. I don't really need to do it now. Let's go with Dargonus. So with Dargonus, I'm going to do the praising the muses. The patronage of architects and other artists will allow the creation of amazing and monumental works marked with the rogue trader's likeness. So I'm going to do this, yeah, I gain willpower and resolve, but because I'm doing this, I think I can do something else on Fullstone. But let's see what Demise has to say. First, Lord Captain, the situation on Fullstone requires your attention. One of the servants tasked with the Crucible's maintenance has declared publicly that he has been liberated of all worldly concerns, for he is none other than the reincarnation of Saint Gonathius. There are some extremely questionable reports claiming that he has performed miracles. Supported by a congregation, garnered by preaching, he has asked for your lordship's permission to depart from Fullstone with the Crucible in tow so that he may continue Saint Gonathius' work and use the relic to transform worlds, once true to the faith of the Imperium, into lush, splendorous gardens. It goes without saying that such a generous gift to the Coronus Expanse could bring great renown to your lordship, but at a heavy cost. Fullstone would turn back into a wasteland, and you would lose the prestige that comes with having charge over such a valuable relic. What do we know about this so-called Saint Gonathius reincarnate? Tibor Hike, a technomat from Footfall, he now prefers to be called Brother Pure Voice, an unremarkable commoner with no family, gaunt, unkept, covered in scabs from working the Crucible. He became obsessed with it the day it was discovered. He never left his maintenance post, never rested, barely ever slept, fasting and living off stimulants and condensate from the relic's cooling secrets. Then he started having revelations and eventually saw the truth, or he went completely insane. His sermons are directed at commoners, appealing to them for humility and mercy. He often speaks with his former life as a saint, and many of these tales match known legends about Saint Gonathius. No anarchical pronunciations or radical deviations from the creed have been found in his words. Yet, I wish to hear the opinions of my advisors. I have had ample experience with saintly saviors like him in the past. Whatever great cause they proclaim as their mission, they genuinely, naively believe that people really do need them. If you round up enough orphans and lepers who would trip over themselves to beg or profit for salvation, you will soon forget all about the Crucible and his holy missions. I know a few guilds of professional beggars who would be delighted to offer their services to us. Interesting. The Undying One does not release the souls that have come to him. This man is either lying or misguided. An experienced spinner will help him see the truth or repent the deception. Okay, let's see what I can obtain. Shadow of the Undying One. Whenever the wearer dodges or parries an enemy attack, the wearer gains +5 momentum. Okay, base armor property, +9% parry, and 7% dodge against range attack. Yeah, it's really not a bad one. I think it will be a really good, in fact, armor for Siren. Let's see. Saint Gonathius Ostensorium. Whenever the wearer suffers an attack from a demon or warp damage, they inflict burning to all adjacent enemies. All burning effects inflicted by the wearer deal double damage if they target demons or psykers. Yeah, it's good, but it's not crazy good. Okay, let's go with the third one. So it's Shadow of the Undying One. Okay, same. J. Consecrated weapons. The pure-voiced prophet has blessed the ship's weapon. All void ship weapons except torpedoes deal plus 10% more damage. Okay, it's not bad, but I think I prefer the armor. Okay, consecrated also weapons, same as J, I guess. Give the crucible to him, let him use it to bring worlds into the Imperium's fold. No, I'm not going to do this. I think I'm going to choose the armor. Let's go with I entrust the prophet to the care of the blood-spun web. Let my world no longer be disturbed by his delusions. Let our duty be done. The Undying One is duty. The Undying One is death. Shadow of the Undying One. The pure-voiced prophet disappeared in a single night. They found only a strange image of a labyrinth inscribed in his blood on the floor of his chamber. His followers gladly believed that this mysterious sign marked the ascension of San Conathius to the Emperor and made the cell a place of worship. Okay, so I think I can do something else. I think this one I can do now, and I have access to new medikit, I guess. Restores 15% of maximum wounds per rank of the user's conviction iconoclast. Removes all injuries. Not bad, but I like this one, complacency. Okay, let's continue. Janus, yeah, Janus, I still don't know what I'm supposed to do over there, or what I want to do, so I could do this one, but I don't really need it. Let's do this one, it will be done. Okay, Dagonis, praising the muses. It's done. I think I'm going to do Bastion, because I need to do it. Yeah, I need to do it, so it's not a choice. And after that, I will look closely about what I need to do. I think I'm going to wait, because if I don't need Imperial Navy, maybe I will do this one. Yeah, let's choose Bastion. By declaring Dargonus the defense center of the Cornus Expanse, the rogue trader will be able to requisition foreign vessels and collect additional resources from the population. Let's go with this one. And I'm going to wait a little to know what I need to do with Dargonus. Let's check Vibos 6. So on Vibos 6 I'm going to do what? I'm going to do the Earthbreaker. The blessed hydraulic installation of the Adeptus Mechanicus will crush the greedy bowels of the earth, freeing the priceless minerals within that the Imperium so desperately needs. Yeah, I can do this one. And I'm also going to do Purification by Death. In the Expanse's darkest hours, convicts may take the martyr's shift and descend into the mines, never to resurface, thereby clearing their name. Okay, let's do this. I don't need the Casbalica mission reputation. I already have this blade, so I'm not going to do it now, at least. I don't really care about this one. And I don't know. I think I really like this one, Freedom of Vengeance. I could use it with J, but it's not a necessity right now. And maybe I will choose this one instead, but I think I'm going to wait for now. Let's go, let's check Kiaragama. So in Kiaragama I'm going to do something else called the Archive of the Expanse to gain something, profit factor, efficiency, and the eye of the Omnissiah, why not? And I think I'm going to go with Sky Barrier. I'm not going to do this one, I think, but let me check. Severan gains the Exalted Instruments of War feature. All allies gain plus 25%, plus 20% minimum damage to their range attacks. The Rogue Trader's weapons carry the blessings of the Supreme Armorers of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Okay, and I have Triumphant Fury, medium range broadside macro cannons, which fire 5 shots, dealing 30 damage per shot. Yeah, it's not bad, but I don't really need it. I have also this one I could do, but nothing crazy. I think I'm going to go with Warp Revelation because I need the rep with the Explorators, and I like the efficiency. I'm losing in security, but that's okay. And I think I can use this item with Idira. The wearer's Psy rating is increased by 1. As long as the wearer has 100 wounds, they deal plus 30% additional damage with their psychic powers and psyker stabs. Okay, let's go with this one. Okay. Dagonis is crying out for aid, Lord Captain. Riots over the interpretation of scripture are broken out in several hives across the world. While hunting for the agents of the cult of the Final Dawn, the Ecclesiarchy clamped down on the planet's minor cults, attempting to force correct adherence to the creed upon the populace. The commoners grumble about the oppression of the minor cults, even daring to claim that the holy ecclesiarchs have summoned the sole right to speak for the God Emperor. Many of the disgruntled flee to the ruins of the Scipion hive, since the Foreman clan has promised them protection and support. It is even said that the Foreman supply the malcontents with weapons converted from industrial equipment in case of large-scale clashes. The enforcers and the agents of the Ecclesiarchy have been able to curb the malcontents so far, but division grows wider by the day. Why are the Foremen involved in this as well? A great question, Lord Captain. This group does come up in the reports from the capital world rather often. I can assume that this is due to the fact that in their now ruined home, Scipion, they used to have a prevalent, more simplistic form of revering the Emperor. The preachers, they used to teach the Scipions the importance of hard work and of the labor collective's familial unity, but seldom the importance of order and hierarchy. They offered their congregation a form of faith that was as simple, cheap, convenient, and functional as their work clothes, and now they seem to think that the priests, who wallow in luxury, want to take this away from them. Is there any reason to believe that the disturbances are inspired by heretics? Thankfully, no, your lordship. The rabble-rousers zealously oppose heresy, fill the ranks of the planetary guard with new recruits, regularly outperform quotas, and attend prayer service. The Foreman clan has been actively involved in uncovering the underground devotees of the ruinous powers and has discovered 2 large, successfully operating cells. Our agents are quite confident that the likelihood of them harboring agents of the cult of the Final Dawn is far lower than in other segments of the population. I would like to hear what my advisors have to say. Small deviants in the creed beget large ones, and large ones beget heresy. Our faith is founded upon absolute trust in those above us, and if these people's beliefs push them toward descent, then those beliefs have been wicked from the very beginning. But that does not necessarily make the preachers themselves wicked, perhaps simply misguided. We could pat them into the ecclesiarchy's care for re-education, so that they may see the truth, and it would also guarantee their flock's obedience. Sherin, perhaps You should stop allowing the fat cardinals and their servants to do whatever they want to your people. Rein them in. Faith in the Exalted One is not contained with ranks and titles, but within the hearts and hands of the common people. And even this can take many forms as well. Let those who shoulder the welfare of Dargonis at least choose in which manner they pray to him. Take the minor cults under your protection. Those who wish to worship him in their own way must prove their right to do so. The only help that would be proper in this situation is to provide instruction. Send one of these spiners to show how they can defend themselves. They will either take up arms and protect their faith or bow down. So they are struggling to interpret the scriptures. I know one sacred text that proceeds from the emperor and that invites very few conflicting readings, the Lex Imperialis. None of the troublemakers would dare question the importance of his law or misconstrue what is written. I would serve them well to settle down and study the Injuta Cardinal from cover to cover. Okay, let me see what I can get. Book of Minor Prayers. Okay. The wearer cannot use psychic or navigator powers. The wearer gains 30 chance to ignore damage from psychic and navigator's power. I don't see how I can use this, so it's not a priority. Security, Grace of Death. All allies gain awareness divided by 10% critical hit chance. Not bad. The newfound death cultists on Dargonis offer nightly prayers for the Undying One to guide the rogue traders but hand in battle. Okay, this is not bad for Cassia, but not only for Cassia, for Elliot also, I think. Yeah. Okay, but I like the rep too. Patron of Cults. Okay. All allies gain plus 15 lore Imperium. I don't think I need this. And security. Okay, do I need the rep with the Jurgen? I might. And Patron of Cults. Yeah, it's not very useful. Fellowship of the Void. Okay, let me read this again. No, I don't. Okay, not this one. Not this one. Grace of Death. I like this one, but I need the rep, I think. I think I'm going to choose this one, even if the Book of Minor Prayers is completely useless, I think. But let's go with that, I think. Let me check again. Yeah, I don't need this. I think this one is the best one for if you don't need the reputation, but I'm doing enough damage. Let's go with detain the preachers of these troublemakers and send them to be re-educated. Good. The hostages will keep their flock from making rash decisions. The enforcers firmly dispersed the crowds with shock buttons and shock gas. They burst into the chapels of the condemned cults, beat the servants, smashed any sacred symbols deemed unorthodox, and smothered the dangerous embers of spiritual disunion looming over the planet. The relics that were not an affront to the God Emperor were confiscated. The disobedient preachers were shackled and brought into the sanctuaries of the ecclesiarchy to learn the true meaning of the creed through humility and obedience. Their flock, intimidated by unspoken threats of violent reprisals against their spiritual leaders, have since fallen silent. Okay, let's go with this. And I think I'm going to wait. Yeah. Echo of Victory. Whenever the wearer attacks any target in a 5-cell radius around them with a ranged weapon, this attack deals 38 more damage. Yeah, it would be great for Ulfar, but maybe I will choose. I don't think I need this. Yeah, I'm going to wait. Okay. Bibo 6. Okay, yeah, I'm going to wait over there too. Let's go with Kiavagama. Lord Captain, there has been an act of sabotage on Kiavagama. The cult of the Final Dawn has invaded the planet, cultivated a pack of schismaticals in the bowels of the manufacturers, and set them upon us. The attack was so sudden that we almost lost all the workshops, but we had help. Some entities, already being called Data Angels, have invaded the cogitational network, seized the cogitators and servitors, and used them to repel the first onslaught of the schismaticals. Now there is a fierce struggle taking place all over the planet. The noosphere of the world is boiling. Okay, how did the cultists infiltrate my world? This was a part of a coordinated attack that hit the entire expanse. The heretics must have been preparing for a long time. The cultists have contacted your secret artisans, who toil in the forbidden workshops. The fools hope that they will betray your lordship and join in the attack. We could use their delusions to our advantage, if our enemy truly is mistaken, that is. What do we know about these Data Angels? Not much. They are machine spirits, beings born from the art of data smithing. They charge into battle chanting the same binary mantra that the participants of Procedure 0C chanted. The Logis, who has been observing them, the same tech priest who previously investigated the cells used in Procedure 0C, have deciphered traces of their activity and discovered patterns pointing to the possible creators of these Data Angels. If they are right, then they bear the seal of the explorator Cognizant's fleet. Accessing the fleet's catalog, no mentions of operations on Kiavagama detected, no information on Data Angels detected. Hypothesis: either there has been a calculation error, or the information is locked behind a higher level of sacrament security clearance. I wish to hear the opinions of my officers and advisors. The manufacturers of Kiavagama are equipped with backup cogitators to ensure the continuity of production in an emergency. The severity of this situation authorizes the disruption of the service algorithms, and I am prepared to sanction a ritual that will allow the Data Angels of the Omnissiah to absorb the cogitators' computing power to combat these wicked spirits. I wouldn't trust those uninvited allies of yours. Such magnanimity is wont to come with unsavory intentions. Learn more about these creatures. Order your servants to hunt one of them down, torture it, and gain knowledge through the process, since they are incapable of finding pleasure in it. The tactics playbook for putting down planet-wide revolts has just the thing for this. We begin by ordering a series of cascading power blackouts, thereby forcing the cultists to redeploy their troops away from any manufacturers that have gone offline. The Data Angels are sure to follow them. The schismaticals will respond by trying to gain control of the power distribution hubs, where the tech priest will have set traps to eliminate all the intruders. Okay. So, Blessing of the Data Angels. All allies gain +5 perception and +10 armor penetration. It's not bad. May metal never betray the master whose deeds please the Omnissiah. Logic. Panoramic Dissector. Allies attacks ignores +10% armor and 4 deflection of machine creatures. Necrons and targets with the Reject the Flesh feature. Okay. 10% armor, but this is... yeah, this is just better. Let's go, let's check Terror Kavagama, machine creatures, Necrons and creatures with the Reject the Flesh feature deal minus 10% less damage to the Rogue Trader and their allies, okay? And Ballistic Skill, Security and Data Spirit Extinguisher. Machine creatures, Necron and creatures with the Reject the Flesh feature suffer plus 10% more damage from the Rogue Traders and their allies' attack. I think the best one is Pascal. Pascal, sanction the ritual of bonding with the backup cogitator. The request to perform the sacrament is accepted and will be fulfilled immediately. Having gained access to the cogitational reserves, and after being infused with power, the data angels charge at the schismaticals. The hordes of data spirits were tech exorcised and exterminated, and the afflicted mechanisms purged and restored. The tech priest gave praise to the Omnissiah for protecting the production algorithm from severe disruption. After banishing the schismaticals, the data angels withdrew into hiding inside the cogitational networks, leaving the servants of the Omnissiah to guess at who or what these beings were. Your Lordship, a cryptic message arrived from Kavagama. The Fabricator sensor reports that they have beheld the eye of the divine. Let me read that again. Your Lordship, a cryptic message arrived from Kavagama. The Fabricator sensor reports that they have beheld the eye of the divine. I requested details from your less devout servants, and they clarified that the Inquest group, which has been investigating the many inexplicable events that have taken place on the planet, followed a trail of mysterious binary harmonics and came upon an ancient and abandoned data complex. It is connected to the manufacturer by a maze of communication lines and contains a gargantuan data loom. The mechanism's markings show that its designation, or should I say, its rather menacing name, is Null Caliph. Null Caliph is immersed in sacred astro-gational calculation and has shown no inclination to make contact. The tech priests that connected to it were punished for the intrusion with a little ejection of their motive force. The only thing they managed to find out is that the spirit of the data loom is not bound with the vows of compliance that would normally restrain a machine spirit of such power. This astonishingly mighty entity bows to no one, driven only by its own aims. Yeah, I don't like this. What is this abandoned complex? It is an ancient production facility, far older than the colony itself. Some assembly lines bear the marks of the Cognizance fleet. Perhaps the first explorators who came to the Cronus expanse set up a station on the yet uninhabited planet. The station was then consumed by the developing industrial colony and eventually forgotten. It is possible that whatever plans they had for it were so clandestine that its creator's death ended up casting it into oblivion. The catalog contains no data to support this hypothesis. It does, however, contain the designation Null Caliph. The Null Caliph initiative is a project of the fabled Archmagos Opticon 107, whose function was the initial exploration of the Cronus expanse. All information on this project was removed from the catalog as per the Fleet Conclave's decree following Permissibility Hearing 16. By that same decree, Archmagos Opticon 107 was stripped of his title as the Conclave's Prolocutor Supremus. I want to know more about this data loom. What is it? A sacred computational mechanism of great power. Its body is vast, and the wisdom and mettle of its machine spirit would befit an imperial titan. Machines of such might and splendor are kept carefully hidden from the eyes of the laity and worshipped on certain planets as great logis oracles, sacred angels of the Omnissiah. or demigods. Null Caliph's structure includes remarkable pieces of archaeotech, parts of it extending far throughout Cavagama, like a void kraken's tentacles. We know now where the warp transmitter modified by Cubist Delphim came from. It must have been part of this mechanism. Interesting. The data angels that we encountered earlier were born of its cogitational might. Full of vigor, they soar around its computational aura, which radiates into the noosphere. Their response to our presence has been favorable thus far. Because the servants have been monitoring the execution of Procedure 0C, they rather boldly believe that they have gained some insight into certain patterns of its supercalculation. They claim that they could help achieve an understanding with Null Caliph or defeat it in battle. Do we have any idea at all what it might be calculating? All we have is her hypothesis, according to which Null Caliph can see into the warp, similar to a navigator. Any interaction between technology and the warp is, as you are well aware, kept under the careful supervision of the Adeptus Mechanicus, so you can imagine just how unique this mechanism is. Indeed. According to the Magi, it can calculate routes through the Imatium without rest or fear of corruption, given the fact that it has no human soul. They claim that its power is comparable to that of a navigator house. Apparently, Procedure 0C was initiated by this mechanism to integrate Magi with high psychic potential in order to expand its own computational capacity. Currently, its calculations operating at full capacity are approaching completion. We assume the perfect execution of Procedure 0C contributed to this. Have we tried communicating with it? The great calculator seems indifferent to mortals. It has expressed a lack of desire to interact with us or destroy us. The tech priest reached out to Null Caliph once more, using certain excerpts from the dictates of Procedure 0C, and the machine's reaction was benign. It showed no hostility. What do my advisors make of this? The great machine spirit that identifies itself as Null Caliph bears potential as a valuable ally, one that could replace the need for navigators comprised of fallible flesh. We must make contact with this holy entity, for to do so is to honor the Omnissiah's tenets. That the tech priest would add the audacity to disturb Null Caliph were deprived of their motive force is a testament to the might of its data voice. I hold the knowledge to create a mediator that could interface with the fearsome machine spirit and ease the burden of its revelations on unprepared minds. If it stares into the warp, then it's vulnerable to attacks from the warp. Never thought I would ever suggest something like this, but if we want to make that machine obey us, we should assault it through the Immaterium. A navigator datalum, this abomination makes a mockery of every navigator house legacy. The very fact of its existence is profoundly sickening and vile. Null Caliph must be destroyed post-haste. Allow me to send word to the other navigator houses. They will waste no time in dispatching their forces to destroy this monstrosity. Okay, let me see what I can say. I don't like Cassia suggestion, but let me see. Cogni Simulacrum EF Ultima Octodecimum grants plus 15 plus 25 logic, though against the Solve Simulacrum ability that costs 3 AP and can grant the wearer a permanent paradox solved feature. Okay. Solve Simulacrum. The character must pass a logic skill test with a minus okay, 167 penalty. On success, this ability is removed. The Cogni simulacrum is destroyed. The plus 25 logic bonus is lost, and the character permanently gains the paradox solved feature. What is it? This character can use their heroic act regardless of their momentum, without spending momentum. Yeah, this is crazy good. This is crazy good, but you have a minus. Yeah, to pass the test is crazy hard, right? Let me see if I can see the test. No. Okay, for the purposes of such test, the game stimulates a 100-sided die roll. So you have less than 40% chance to do it, I guess. If you have 100 in logic. Okay. Let's see what I can gain. Okay, this is the same. Cogni simulacrum. Cogni simulacrum, okay. Security. 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 Well, let's go with Pascal. Pascal. Let me check again, but why would I do this? It's complacency. Yeah, let's go with Pascal. Pascal, create your mediator and forge an alliance with Null Caliph. Request approved. Transferring revelations on the mediator's creation. Okay, so I think I'm going to try to do this with Jay, and we'll see what will happen. And if it's not working, I guess I will do this with Pascal, I guess. Let's continue. Magos Pascal, a human, imparted his secrets to the Omnissiah servants on Kirvagama, allowing them to assemble a mediator device that softened Null Caliph's voice. The Magi then prayed to the mighty machine spirit, humbly asking it to make an alliance with the rogue trader and share its mysteries. A Null Caliph answered, halting its sacred calculation. It bestowed its favor upon the supplicants. With its tireless, unblinking eye observing the warp currents, many a traveler have been saved from peril. And Cassia wanted to destroy it. Okay, I think we are done with the colonies for now. Let's see what I can do with the equipment I have obtained. So I'm going to use the Ethereal Visor on Hydra. Yeah, as long as the wearer has 100% wounds, they deal plus 45 additional damage. 45% additional damage with their psychic powers and psychic staves. Okay. And it's based on willpower. Okay. Yeah, this is crazy. I think I'm going to check also this armor with Magi. So at the start of combat, the wearer gains the effect of combat steam serpentine for 3 rounds. Okay, let me check. These creatures' agility, armor and dodge are increased by 15%, but base damage is reduced by 1 and armor penetration is reduced by minus 15%. I don't think this is a problem with him because my damage will come from lethality, so I think I'm going to try it. Yeah, let's try this one. I don't really care about this one. It's based on what? Law Imperium, of course. Let me check this. Yeah, I don't want to do this. Okay, and this one, I think this one I'm going to give to Jay. Okay, it's a logic test. It's a logic test. Okay. Let me check. Okay. Heart of the Nameless. I will have to remember this, but I think I'm going to choose this one and see what I can do. Okay, the Paradox. This character can use their heroic act regardless of their momentum without spending momentum. This is crazy. Okay, let's continue. I'm going to talk again with Janris. Pleasure to see you, Lord Captain. How may I be of assistance? Let me see what I can buy. Okay, rep. Yeah, this is crazy. Okay, let's collect this. Okay, I don't think I'm going to use this one. The Undertaker, okay, and this one, it's a power armor. Okay. And let me check the Explorator. Yeah, I can do. This is crazy too. Ghost Helm. The wearer uses willpower for dodge test instead of agility. Could be crazy for Idira. Whenever the wearer dodges an attack, they gain 1 psi rating until the end of their next turn. Okay, yeah, this is for Idira. I think I'm going to try to boost it. Okay. And Imperial Navy. Okay, it's almost done. So, what do I do? Yeah, I have a bunch of things I could use to max out something. Do I need something over there? Visor. Okay, this could be good for Solomon. Yeah, this one would be good for someone else. For Pascal, of course. Okay, I can try to do this, I think. But maybe I shouldn't do it. I think I'm going to wait a little. Yeah, I don't need to max out everything for now. So let's see what I can do with what I have obtained without selling anything. Okay. So this one, I think I'm going to use this one with Abelard. Okay, why not? Okay, let's continue. This one is not better. Okay, Tesser Mask, Minor Prayer, I've done this, okay. Void Veteran Boots. Whenever the wearer kills an enemy with their melee attack, they immediately gain 1 use of charge costing 0 AP, even if they do not have this ability. Yeah, well, I mean, this is really good for him, so here you go. Okay, I'm not going to use this one. Let's check Ulfar. I think the one I have is better, so I'm not going to touch it. Triumph of Faith. This sword ignore deflection. Okay, could be good, but I'm not going to use it. Sacrifice. Whenever the wielder kills an enemy with this weapon, Veil Degradation is reduced. I don't want to reduce degradation, Veil Degradation, so I'm not going to use it. Blade Wings. The wearer can spend all their MP to move to any cell within movement range. This movement does not trigger attacks of opportunity. I don't want to do this. Commander's Chrono, the wearer always at the highest initiative in combat. I could use it with J, but I think this is too powerful, so I'm not going to use it. And this one, the improved power pick. Okay, I could use it with Abelarm, but I don't think I'm going to do it. Maybe? This weapon has an extra attack action which increases armor penetration and all subsequent attacks made against the same target by 10 for 1 round. I mean, maybe this is better than the power axe I have, right? Yeah, maybe this is better. I like the bleeding, but I like the piercing strike. I think I prefer the bleeding. For now, at least. Mantle of Extermination. Whenever the wearer kills an enemy with an area attack, the wearer's allies gain +5 critical hit chance until the wearer's next turn stacks. Not bad. Siren is using, yeah, the Malpian Shroud. I'm not going to remove it. While the wearer's familiar is adjacent to them, it successfully passes any test in combat. Could be used for Solomon. Boots of Carskin. When in cover, the wearer has 100 cover efficiency against area attack, but never dodges them. I don't want that. Cadian Castellan Carapace. Require Dogmatic Zealot, so I can't use it. High Spinner Armor. Okay, so I think this one is better. Whenever the wearer dodges or parries an enemy attack, the wearer gains +5 momentum, +9% parry, and 7% dodge against range attack. Yeah, I like this one, but is it better than this one? Whenever an enemy moves to a cell adjacent to the wearer, that enemy must pass a willpower resistance test or suffer 1 stack of perplexed for 2 rounds. Perplexed. Okay. I'm not sure which one is better. I think this is the Shadow of the Undying one, but I'm not 100% sure of it. Okay, let's continue. Righteous Justice. Requires Conviction Dogmatic. Yeah, it's not for me. Partner in Death. Whenever an ally adjacent to the wielder attacks an enemy, the wielder makes an attack of opportunity against that enemy if possible. Yeah, this one is interesting. For Kibela, for example. I think. For Kibela or for Magi. But you can't use it, so this is for Kibela. It could be for Severan, in fact. Yeah, it could be for Severan. But yeah, I'm not going to choose it for now. Okay, this one, Staff of Righteous Spire. Let me check. +10 willpower and 10 fellowship against what's 10 willpower and 10 fellowship too? No, it's just better. Yeah. So it's, and the power level is it's less. The wielder of the staff power level gains the Emperor Wrath ability. Let me check. Psychic powers, including all versions of Emperor Wrath, heal allies instead of damaging them. Okay, not bad. I think I'm going to use this one. Okay. And this one is good because I allies of the wielder affected by psychic powers gain +4 resolve for 1 round. So yeah, not bad. Okay, the power armor. Is this one better than the one Abelard has? The wearer attacks with heavy weapons cost -1 AP. So, is it going to cost 0? Let's try it, I guess. And yeah, I'm not going to... I think I'm going to play with Iliad, so for now, you take this, Abelard. Cold-blooded. This blade has an additional attack called Double Edge Strike. Okay. This attack does not count toward the attack limit per turn, but deals 20 damage to the wielder. Yeah, I'm not sure I like this one. But if someone can use it, it's Severan. Okay. I think I'm going to... let's see. Okay. Improved lightweight boots. The wearer of these boots gain +8 parry and reroll failed dodge test. Yeah, not bad. Could be good for him because he has now this armor, but I think I prefer this one for now. Voilation inhibitor. When the wearer uses control shot, any enemies adjacent to the wearer allies suffer a -30% penalty to dodge against the wearer's next attack. Control shot. Yeah, I'm not going to use this. Solar staff. The wielder of this staff, power level 10. Okay, it was okay. Gain the Inferno ability. +15 willpower. No, I'm not going to use this one. Metal Claw Gloves. Whenever the wearer hits a target with a melee attack, the target's armor is reduced by 2 until the end of combat. Not bad, not bad. I'm not going to use it, but for now at least. Reject the flesh. Okay. Base armor +15%, +17%. Okay. -2 AP to reload cost. Okay. I guess I don't reload a lot with him, so the wearer cover efficiency is increased by +15%. This bonus doubles if the wearer has not moved. Okay. Okay, let me check. Take use. Yeah, this is for him for sure. Okay, you win. Commander's Visor. An ally under the effect of the wearers break their ranks. Don't think I have this. Yeah. Ability gain 1 bonus to deflection for each enemy adjacent to this ally. Not going to use this. Grenade. Okay, is this a better one? Could be right. Deals an additional +14 damage. Yeah, this is just better than... Okay, let's go with this one. Holy Power Armor. This is for Ulfar. Yeah, this is just better. When the wearer suffers damage more than or equal to 40 to 52, this armor unleashes a blast of energy dealing between 20 and 25 power damage with armor penetration of 10% to any target in melee range. +25 strength, yeah. Okay, and I'm not going to use a flamer with him, so this is it. I think this is all for I'm not going to do more equipment handling. I'm going to sell a few things because I need to do it a little. So I'm going to sell the Reaper and to cargo. Let me check oldest to newest. I'm going to sell a few things, not a lot. Let me see. So let's check the sword, for example. Maybe sword by type, I think. Okay, yeah, let's go with this one. Cargo. Okay. So I wanted to sell a power maul also. Okay. Let's check the armor. Which one? Okay, let's go with this one. I can sell also something called the upgrade kit, because I'm not an overseer. Okay. I'm going to sell a few blades also. So let's go with this one. Okay, this is it. So let me check. Okay, 7. Yeah, I think we are ready to go. I almost want to sell a few things to the merchants, but I think I'm going to wait the next episode to do it. Let's go to the Coronus expense. Okay, let's go. To another region. So, I have something to do over there. Not sure what it is, but let me check. I think this is the rumors. Okay, I think I need to do something else to know. Visions in the dark. Okay, what is it? Visions in the dark. Echoes of dark songs and legends have reached the astropathic choir following a series of indistinct distress signals emanating from every corner of the expanse. The last of these signals was traced to a void ship in the Omicron system. Your Lordship, judging from this tone, Danrock is practically bursting with hidden enthusiasm. I humbly apologize for distracting you from matters of the Protectorate, but I simply must beg for a moment of your time. After all, this concerns the illustrious Mistress Kibela. Doubtless, it has not escaped your powers of insight that she has been rather not herself lately. Truly, Mistress Kibela's soul is a tenebrous place, but even I noticed the change in her bearing. When I finally had a spare moment to think on what could be done to address this, it dawned on me. Another social occasion. I dare say the first one went rather well, did it not? I do not think this is such a good idea. On the contrary, Your Lordship, I approached Mistress Kibela with the conversation, and she herself suggested that a repeat event would be appropriate and even desirable. Really? What? Kibela herself wants to organize another event. Precisely. I was somewhat flabbergasted at the proposal, I must admit, but if such is Mistress Kibela's wish, how can I not try to please both of you once more? Well then, let us enjoy one more moment of leisure. Marvelous. I already have some ideas in mind. This time a more private engagement on Dagonis, with a view from the spire. I shall begin the preparations as soon as we arrive on the capital world. When you are ready, just find me at the palace, and this most pleasant evening can commence. You are distracted by Vigdis' worried voice coming from the box. Lord Captain, I apologize for disturbing you, but your presence is urgently required on the bridge. I managed to stop everyone from barging into your study, but I am not sure about how much longer I will be able to hold them back. Before the transmission cuts off, you catch someone's outraged voice in the background. Indeed, it appears that your intervention is necessary. What is this? Lord Captain, I tried to explain that you are busy, but the Voxmaster does not have time to finish her sentence before she is unceremoniously interrupted. Your actions have earned you a grim reputation, Edvater. Our deeds have too often been done by your hands. You do not live according to the law given by the All-Father, and so I ask you to stop before you go too far. I am loath to visit punishment upon my own savior. You have started down a dangerous path, Elantak. I can see it in your eyes, your actions, the sound of your voice, the beating of your heart. Leave this path while the growing corruption can still be torn from your soul without completely destroying it. Or are you so lost in this world that you long to lose yourself as well? Okay, that was a short one, I guess. Sebran is not going to listen to them, but they don't know that. Okay. Let's check everything, but I think I need to go check the artificial objects, of course. Yeah, it's already explored, but I want to be sure it's... Yeah. Okay, Plasteel 2, I don't think I'm going to take it. How many I have? I have 10 extractium, so I could take it, but all usual noises on the bridge cease when the shadow of a gigantic void ship, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, sails past the stained glass windows. It seems forlorn. The hull is tarnished, the lumens are dead, and the windows are broken and shrouded. The ogre crew can't recognize the signature of its silent engines. They only manage to shed some light on its decrepit hull and make out the faded name on the cruiser, Queen's Lament. The Voxmaster's report breaks the somber silence. The bridge has just received a Voxcast from the dead void ship. Accept the signal. Vigdis conducts a full Vox system check and reports that the communications are in order, even though only eerie, unnatural silence can be heard through the Vox. Worried murmurs sweep across the bridge. The officers are certain that this is the void ship of the old ghost stories. The Queen's Lament has appeared countless times in all corners of the Imperium. Like a ghost, it manifested out of nowhere, and just as mysteriously vanished in the darkness of space, taking with it those who dared to board. Queen's Lament. The rogue trader has heard the name before. This void ship was destroyed by Xenos in one of the violent battles for the Expanse over 3 millennia ago. They say that its captain was the devout and vengeful man. Thank you, Jay. Send scouts aboard the void ship. The shuttle carrying the soldiers docks with the Queen's Lament without impediment. Using the disparate blueprints of other Imperial cruisers, the scouting party sets out to the bridge, following the dark, unpowered corridors that somehow retained oxygen and gravity. The nervous voice of the operator erupts through the Vox. The crew are still on board, but what's this? Blurry silhouettes of people with torn-off limbs, cut open bellies, and twisted faces are materializing and vanishing all around in ghastly flashes. The ghosts promise the unwelcome guest that they will stay on board the Queen's Lament forever. Raising his voice to a shout, the operator reports that his comrades are already dead, and soon it will be his turn. The augurs are telling a different story. All of the scouts are alive and still moving forward. Okay, I can't I can't fail, so thank you, Jay, again. Let's go with logic. Calm the soldier down. He was probably scared by these strange visions and lost sight of his comrades. An anxious prayer to the Emperor is whispered over the Vox. For a moment, the operator falls silent and suddenly returns, mumbling excuses about his imagination playing tricks on him. His comrades are still walking ahead of him, alive and well, and the void ship looks completely empty again. After a few minutes of silence, a child's cry can be heard through the Vox. The stuttering operator reports that friends and family of the members of the scouting party are blocking the way. The friends and family who have all been taken by death. The soldiers confirm that they are not seeing ghosts, but living people made of flesh and bone. The soldiers are begging the rogue trader to let them talk to their loved ones for a moment. Yeah, I'm not going to choose this one because I don't want to fail. Let's go with coercion. Order the squad to proceed under threat of tribunal. The scouting party's disjointed mumbling is replaced by the firm shouts of "Yes, Lord Captain." The operator reports that the deceased are retreating into the darkness, their empty eye sockets lit up with blue, malicious flames. Half an hour later, the Vox comes to life once again. The operator flatly reports that the scouting party has reached the bridge. The cogitators are broken, so extracting any data from them seems impossible. The scouts have found a strange object in the captain's chair. They can't describe it, only saying that this shouldn't be there. In his usual flat voice, devoid of emotion, the operator completes his report. The way to the bridge took 16 hours and 41 minutes. The soldiers are exhausted and would like to rest for some time. Confused, Big Dis notes that only half an hour has passed outside the Queen's Lament. Okay, I think one is very dangerous. I'm not sure, but I will not choose it this time. I think I'm going to order the squad to retrieve the unknown object and withdraw immediately. Order the squad to retrieve the unknown object and withdraw immediately. The Vox cast stops abruptly, and a few minutes later, the scouting party shuttle leaves the Queen's Lament. The void ship itself dissolves in the darkness of space. Just the shuttle arrives, carrying a single passenger, the operator, clutching a strange parcel. The young man's hair has turned white after the time spent on the cursed vessel, and he has lost the ability to speak. His story and rumors of what happened to the other scouts will live on for many years in hushed whispers across every deck of the rogue trader's void ship. Unholy relics. This amulet grants the wielder plus 20 bonus to coercion and minus 5 penalty to intelligence. Could be good for Solomon. Okay, this is done. Let's continue. So we are going back to Footfall. I want to help Jay and his friends. Sototomes, what can I do? Oversized asteroid, okay? Let's see what is it. Oversized asteroid. The Voxmaster has reported that an abnormally large asteroid the size of a small planet was spotted in the system of Soto's tomb. The asteroid may hold rich deposits of valuable resources. Okay, I guess we are going there. So I have 62, so I could do this, right? Rogue Trader, please accept my report in person. It concerns criminal collusion among the senior officers. They will also be present to be able to answer the charges. Criminal collusion? Really? I would prefer not to divulge details over Vox. It could be overheard by those who will have to stand before you and answer for their actions. I will see you without delay. Yeah, let's go. On my way. Rogue Trader, I hold the 3 senior officers accountable for the misconduct I have uncovered as part of my investigation. I allege the ship's crew is full of wanted criminals. Do you refute the charge, January Stanrock? The High Factotum stares at the arbitrator with uncharacteristic coldness. What are you insinuating, esteemed Proctor? Solomon is so annoying. Heretics on board the ship of the Emperor's Anointed are a threat to the whole Imperium. If anyone knew of this and failed to report it, punishment will follow. Isn't that right, Voxmaster? Vigdis does not react in any way to the arbitrator's words. I do my duty honorably, and I will obey the Lord Captain's will, whatever it may be. Solomon, why have you gathered my officers together? I have uncovered a scheme involving all 3 of them. It is coordinated by the Voxmaster, who buries incriminating facts about voicemen on your ship in the depth of the archives. January Stanrock and Raver turn a blind eye to the sordid past of the new recruits and divvy up the workforce that has come into their possession. This is a completely insane accusation. We are not bringing criminals into the crew intentionally. Of course we are not. I will admit that we do not try to hunt down every biographical fact about each voidsman who sets foot on board, but only because that would be a hopeless endeavor. Danrock falters for a moment, but none of us had any intention of populating your ship with heretics. Solomon, Why stage this scene, accusing senior officers in front of the entire bridge? I was in a rush and applied the regulations I am accustomed to using on other vessels to your flagship. It was my fault for misjudging the situation, Rock Trader. Are we really taking fugitive criminals into our crew? I don't really care, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Sort of. January's clears his throat, shuffling from foot to foot. Sometimes they slip through the net because we don't have information from local wardens. Sometimes we are forced to overlook an unsightly past for the sake of acquiring niche specialists. Even common smugglers, for instance, often turn out to be quite an asset on Ravor's crew. We do draw a line, however, at even a whisper of genuine heresy in a Voidfarer's past. Bigdis raises a gaze to you. I'm sure you realize, Lord Captain, that smuggling and false cultism are both heresies in the eyes of the law, for they transgress his word. But one is far more dangerous than the other, to put it bluntly. Why have you kept this from me? Because it's not important. The officers exchanged glances. We did not intend to hide it from you. Lord Captain Theodora did not deign to involve herself in so trifling a matter as replenishing a workforce. She was only interested in ensuring that there were no interruptions in the running of the ship. We have always handled crew appointments on our own, as you should, without your lordship's involvement. Why not hire people from the lower decks? Ravor lets out an uncertain chuckle. Yeah, I can understand. What our esteemed Master Elsman meant to say is that those unfortunates are only suitable for menial labor. It is simply impossible to find qualified voidsmen in the numbers we require. I have heard enough. The assembled officers look at you in anticipation of your decision. I'm not going to ask one, I don't really care what he is thinking, so let's see what I can say. Let's see what I can obtain. Train specialist. The rogue trader put a stop to the recruitment of fugitive criminals. The qualified personnel shortage was solved by appointing specially trained voidsmen from among the crew. In the first round, the flagship's lance weapons deal +3 more damage. Not impressive. And this one, officer's commendation. In the first round, the flagship's macro cannons make an additional +1 attack. The rogue trader entrusted his senior officers with the task of recruiting specialists. As a token of the officer's appreciation, components of the macro cannons were upgraded with special Voidfarer technology, rumored to be at the crew's personal expense. Yeah, I'm glad to choose the last one. I'm satisfied with the way things are. Continue your efforts for the good of the dynasty, for myself. Thank you, your lordship. Ravor and Bigdis silently bow to you. Let's continue. Let's try to reach Footfall. Okay. Janus Colony event requires the Lord Captain attention, okay. Oh, it's the same for Dragonus, okay. Well, I guess I will do this later. Let's check Soto's tomb. Okay, this is new, right? can't do much over there. Plasteel 5, yeah, but it's already collected, so... Upon your approach, the Scarlet Pursuer sends out a hearty greeting. A hearty greeting. Captain Demise Shani wishes good health upon you and your entire dynasty, and asks if you might have any up-to-date information on burning worlds. Share the information you have on burning worlds. With effusive gratitude, the ship sends out a shuttle with the promised reward. Empty soul trap and 500 reputation with the Kasbalika mission, but I don't really need it. Let them know you have no current information on burning. Let me see if I can do it again. Okay, I could do it. Demise Shani sends you a very agitated message in which he promises that your new friends will long remember your generosity. After the last of the shuttles carrying the reward has left your ship's docking airlock and returned to the Scarlet Pursuer, the captain sends you his best wishes and hints that your paths are going to cross again. Saboteur's Gloves grants 15 bonus to demolition, and again 1500 reputation with the Kasbalika mission. And I don't need it. Okay, what is it? The deepest tunnels. The gigantic asteroid surface is densely sown with craters and pits leading into deep caves. Augurs indicate that the asteroid consists of layers characterized by strange heterogeneity. This is a high probability of finding valuable resources inside the stone. They can be extracted by sending an exploration team deep into the tangled tunnels. Let's go! Send an exploration team equipped with a drilling apparatus to the asteroid. With the help of the massive drill, the exploration team penetrates into the cavernous depth. The squad reports that their auspices have detected meager reserves of a substance used in the synthesis of plasteel in the rock. Their excavation will take time and significant effort. Okay, let's go with demolition because I can't fail. Plasteel is an important resource. An opportunity to acquire some should not be disregarded. The equipment struggles with the unexpected hardness of the rock, but after 3 watches, the squad manages to set up enough mobile extractions to gather the coveted material. So we gain plasteel and experience. The noise and vibrations caused by the instruments have disturbed strange currents inside the asteroid. A transparent, viscous substance streams down from the porous walls of the caverns, slowly filling the caves. The squad's auspices raise the alarm. A prolonged stay in these tunnels will undoubtedly result in the toxic liquid destroying the gear and equipment. Despite this, the explorers suggest blocking the livelier streams in order to leave them with enough time to fill several canisters with the strange substance. Later, the Magi alchemies will no doubt be able to synthesize many useful chemicals from it. Okay. Let's go with awareness. Thank you, Elliot. There is no need for haste. The explorers are to gather as much material as possible and transfer the find to the Magi alchemies for further processing. Long hours are spent carefully preparing for the collection of the material and mapping the caves in this part of the asteroid, carefully observing the flows of strange liquid. The squad succeeds in gathering several canisters of the substance while preventing any floods. While some soldiers return to carry the prize back to the surface, the rest continue moving toward the asteroid's heart. So we gain chemicals and some experience. The explorers eventually reach the dry, surprisingly large caverns. A minute of respite is interrupted by a terrified scream. The squad is under attack. The tunnel's arches collapse, turning into nightmarish monsters resembling both worms and spiders. The beasts rush forward, yearning to tear apart the intruders who disturbed their rest. Let's go with ballistic skill. I can't lose, thanks to Jay. Engage the monsters. The gigantic horrors attack relentlessly, their powerful mandibles turning soldiers' bodies into a bloody paste, but nothing can withstand the purifying light of flamers. Intrigued by the encounter with new xenoforms, the explorers notice that their tough carapaces conceal meat, both extraordinarily nutritious and surprisingly tasty. Without doubt, future hunts for these creatures could feed a significant number of people. Gain provision and some experience. The endless caverns eventually lead the explorers to the very center of the asteroid, where they are met with a yawning cavity of unimaginable size. The giant rock turns out to be housing the curved, shapeless buildings of an unknown xenorace, fragile, built as if out of sand. An intriguing find awaits the squad in the long-dead city. Uncountable quantities of ugly totems made from crystal phlogiston are built into the walls of the most twisted buildings. Okay, I think I'm going to go with one. Let me see. Order the collection of the Xenos totems. Phlogiston is too valuable to leave it here. With each crystal effortlessly removed from the dilapidated sand walls, entire blocks of the city collapse. It does not take long for the cavity inside the asteroid to fill with a thick, dusty fog. Further recovery of the phlogiston from the crumbling ruins will take more time. Okay, I'm hoping it was not a mistake. I will try something else in another playthrough. Let's go now to Footfall. Lord Captain, an urgent message. Our offenders have arrested a dangerous saboteur who attempted to gain entry onto the bridge. This incident may be worthy of your attention. You see, both the saboteur and the circumstances of his capture are rather strange. You cannot tell if Vigdis sounds baffled or worried. I think it would be reasonable for Magos Pascal to take a look at him as well. What is so unusual about the saboteur and the way he was captured? The thing is, Lord Captain, the saboteur is most definitely a tech priest. He found his way aboard the ship and penetrated all our security systems with staggering ease. Both his ability to communicate with machine spirits and the combat potential of his augmentations are extraordinary. Nevertheless, the enforcers managed to capture him. During the arrest, the intruder he offered no resistance at all. Instead, He asked for an audience with the great machine spirit. When he realized that the enforcers had no idea what he was talking about, he asked to meet you. I considered it necessary to apprise you of the situation. And it was a good idea. This infiltration of a rogue trader's ship operated by authorized engineers casts doubts of my tech comrade's stability. If he is indeed my tech comrade, that is. Regardless, I request permission to communicate with the captive. Very well, I will speak to him. Understood, Lord Captain. The saboteur will be brought to you. And we are back on the bridge. The group of servitors, whose movements are suspiciously well synchronized, stares at the towering prisoner. You do not need to hear them speak to recognize Nomos, who has seen fit to attend the interrogation. The captured man, if he can be called that, looks positively gigantic next to the enforcers at his side. Deadly-looking metal gleams dimly beneath his faded crimson robes. His hands are folded obediently, and his mechanodrates are perfectly still. I greet the master of this vessel cathedral and offer my humble apologies for this unbidden intrusion. My apologies to you as well, brother. The interloper inclines his head in the direction of the frowning Pascal. Then the prisoner turns slightly and looks straight at Nomos' observing servitors. And of course, I must beg forgiveness from you, Great Spirit. It was not my intent to desecrate your temple. Okay, let me see what I can say. Before I accept your apologies, tell me who you are and why you infiltrated my ship. My name, if it matters, is Asclepius, formerly a computer general of the Cognizance Fleet, now a liber recluse with the status of Malatek. Malatecs are exiles whose ideas have not crossed the line of heresy yet have come close to it. They are removed from the fleet's structure to give them a chance to see the folly of their ways and prevent sedition from spreading. Pascal's voice sounds unusually alarmed. All of that is trivial. My past is nothing but a set of archived data. My lost status is a part replacement string in the long chronicle of the Cognizance Fleet. I come not as the priesthood's messenger, but as a faithful disciple of the most holy Amarnat. My brother once served at the Incendia Prime on this ship. Asclepius gestures around him reverently. He was an adherent of the school of discontinuing the cycle, as am I. It has spread that far. It is difficult to discern Pascal's emotions from his tone. I know that my brother perished, but before he did, he sent me a message that told of a journey embarked upon by Theodora von Malentius, a journey through a dimensional gate, an artifact more ancient than humanity itself, and toward worlds unknown. The blessed Amarnat was with her. There, upon those dark worlds, he witnessed a great miracle, the birth of a machine spirit of incalculable might. My brother believed that this spirit then fell aslumber within this ship like a child in a cradle, not responding to lowly plea, That was the purpose of my pilgrimage, to reach the ship where my brother died, the ship upon whose decks the blessed Armanat had walked, and prostrate myself before the Great Spirit. Armanat travelled on this ship? Yes, he did. My brother's words on this were clear. Years ago, Armanat was part of the rogue trader Theodora's inner circle, before their ways parted. Tell me more about Theodora's journey. My knowledge of it is scarce. My brother suspected that his memory, along with the memory of all who might have known the details, had been purposely modified. He saw it as a sign that the journey had revealed a great truth, and there were those who did not wish to see that truth brought to light. All that he conveyed to me was that Theodora had reached worlds unlike any the people of the Coronus Expanse had ever seen. There she unearthed a great treasure of technology, one that Armanat had the privilege of experiencing. What do you know about this great spirit? It is a great miracle, the Omnissiah's breath meant to help us discontinue the cycle. It was born of the treasure that Armanat and Theodora discovered upon the dark worlds. Yet even a being so glorious needs attendants and guides, and as long as the Cognizance fleet is racked by schism, and my brothers and sisters suffer defeats without end, there is no one to aid the spirit. That is why I came here. Does the name Nomos mean anything to you? Nothing. He has not come to know us yet. He will if you let him, Severan. We know, we sense that his words are about us, that the story he has told is our story. You are strong, yet you let yourself be caught. I took a vow that I would never inflict physical harm upon lay people. The Omnissiah grants us the power of the true flesh for a purpose other than damaging the frail and blind creatures that are all who have not yet tested his knowledge. I have made my decision regarding your fate. Whatever it is, I will accept it. As will I, and yet I plead that my brother be shown leniency. His story initializes thought. We ask you to keep him for us. Nomos servitors speak up suddenly, in the faintest of whispers. Well, let's choose the heretical response. You are now mine, and you shall obey my every whim. This is not what I wished for, but if such is the price to be paid for the right of staying on this ship and beholding the currents of the Great Spirit, then pay it I shall. I shall. Let the cycle be discontinued. Nomos servitors turn their heads to you and nod all at once in what can be interpreted as an expression of gratitude. Let's continue. Let's finally visit the place. Okay, I don't think I can do much, but I want to try. Greetings, what can I do for you? Okay, let's see what I can do. Nothing. It makes sense. Let's continue. Lord Captain, the station's airlocks have been sealed from the inside. A Vox recording is stating that the priesthood of the Altar Templum Calixis X-17 Sanctuary have no desire to communicate with the laity and are refusing access to guests on the basis of the Adeptus Mechanicus privilege of inviolability, granting them sole jurisdiction over their sacred sites. I understand. And nothing to see over there, yeah. Let's land on Footfall then. Lord Captain, we have received a Vox message from Footfall. The Inquisition has declared martial law on the station due to the threat of Malleus Extremis. Docking will require special permission, and even most of the asteroids have been cordoned off. The station's custodian, Her Ladyship Incendia Chorda, sends her greetings and invites your lordship to disembark at the docks with a small retinue. Our enforcers will meet you there to escort to another chamber for a private audience. The Vox crackles with static and Jay's honeyed voice fills the air. Vigdis, the salve for my heart. Forgive the intrusion, but I have important business with the rogue trader. Oh Sherin, I simply wish to remind you about my numbskull crew, who got themselves captured by some rival Ashmags. Bladedancer is too occupied for schemes, and besides, Incendia Chorda has already put him in his place, which leaves only Falco. May the Azi tear his soul to pieces. Footfall is straight ahead, and I would rather not waste the precious sand still left in the hourglasses of their lives. He threw a wrench into the works, making my trade network fall apart like a badly assembled chrono. No income, no profits, only damages, only because my right hand is chained up on one of Footfall's asteroids. How about we pay Falco a courtesy visit? I am sure your imposing visage will loosen his tongue, and maybe just maybe, untie the ends of my crew. Let's go and see what happened to your crew. Sherin, have I ever mentioned that you are the most fragrant rosebush in the entire blossoming garden of the Cronus Expanse? No, I think this is the first time. If this is all you have to say, the Vox Master unceremoniously boots Jay from the channel. Apologies, Lord Captain. What will be your instruction? What other options for landing on Footfall do we have? We have none, Lord Captain. The augurs are reporting that all docking gates not watched by the enforcers are locked and rigged with explosives. Very well, let us take a look at Footfall's new hospitality. As you wish, Lord Captain. Okay, indeed, I don't have the choice. So, let me see. Yeah, I'm going with Elliot. Why not Pascal? Yeah, let's go with Pascal. Okay. Zeta 42 33 Mu. The tech priest, who sports an explorator emblem on his scarlet robe, directs the unblinking gaze of his augmented ocular lenses at you and says, in a hissing voice, "Salutatory functionality initiated. Glory to Oxford Van Lunches. Trade Terminal Zeta 42 33 Mu. Property of the Adeptus Mechanicus Explorator Cognizance Fleet. Ready to process incoming request. State your request. Glory to the Omnisire. Let's go with who are you? Identification requested. Accepted. Acceptable response found. Here and hid. This unit's identifier is trade terminal Zeta4233 Mu. Designated purpose: processing trade and information requests and offers made to the Adeptus Mechanicus Explorator Cognizance Fleet. State your request. Glory to the Omnisire. Where is Opticon 22? Information request accepted. Acceptable response found. Here and hid. The unit Logis Opticon 22 was instructed to leave the location Footfall and head to the strategic location Euphrates 2 in order to provide support to the Explorator Cognizance Fleet. After standard rites were performed on Trade Terminal Zeta4233 Mu, it was deemed an adequate functional replacement and received the blessing to process request at the location Footfall. State your request. Glory to the Omnisire. Okay, I don't think I can do this. Why do you keep saying glory to the Omnisire? Information request declined. Acceptable response not found for the following reason. Here and hid. Request falls outside processing trade and information request and offers functionality. Try restarting your request. Without missing a bit, the Tech Priest adds confidently. Glory to the Omnisire. How are you doing working under Incendia Chorda's rule? Information request accepted. Acceptable response found. Here and hid. The unit Rogue Trader Incendia Bastal Chorda and the specified unit's actions have no significant effect on the operation of this Explorator Cognizance Fleet mission, since the specified unit has no jurisdiction over the Adeptus Mechanicus or any assets thereof. Glory to the Omnisire. I would like to make a deal. Failed to pass request. Are you seeking to access the trading interface? Glory to the Omnisire. Requesting access to the trading interface. So yeah. This is the same. The wearer always auto dodges the first hit from each attacker on the battlefield. This is not bad, but I don't really need any of this, I think. Bag with stimulants. Whenever the wearer uses Carnival of Misery, they immediately heal to full. Okay, let me check this again. Carnival of Misery, okay. Not bad, but not crazy. The wearer's first attack during the first round of combat costs 0 AP. Whenever the wearer attacks an enemy and triggers an exploit with this attack, the triggered effect is calculated as if this enemy had +1 additional exploit. Not crazy. Okay. The wearer's single attacks on an opening deal an additional +20% of the target maximum wounds damage. Okay. The wearer's Deadeye shot on an opening deals an additional +30% of the target maximum wounds damage. Not bad. But nothing crazy. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm not going to do anything for now.
Intriguing.
Unwilling to die, the bar patrons made their last stand right there. Okay. Corpses everywhere. Okay, let's take this. Accompany Jay to Footfall. Well, Sherin, what do we have here? A cowardly ashmag who wants to get his paws on my certificate without even working up a sweat. Considering the circumstances currently affecting Footfall, the only fitting place this filth could be hiding is in the sewers. Jay's nose wrinkles at the very thought. A nasty spot with a powerful whiff about it. That is true. But I swear to you, Sherin, you won't come up with a better trap for Falco. I know these tunnels like the back of my hand. And the most delicious part of all is that that Ashmag chose to go in there, he will wish he hadn't. Of course, that's only if the Hazy don't mess things up for us and everything goes to plan. And if it doesn't, Jay breaks off, her shoulders sagging under the weight of her doubts. If it doesn't, my gang are dead, Sherin. One wrong move, one wrong word, gah, thrown damn that Ashmag. Why is everything so difficult? Perhaps I should just give him the Mercatum Tabula officially. Falco's not a complete idiot. He won't risk such a valuable payoff. He will hold up his end of the deal and give me Torah and the others. How do we get into the tunnels? Most of the passages have been sealed off by Chorda's hounds, but there is one they definitely haven't got to. Jay visibly perks up and winks at you. Time to pay a visit to Octi and the Adeptus Amacicus Sherin. Explain your plan in more detail. The gist is that we need to go down into the sewer tunnels of Footfall, connect a tank of sleeping gas to the old ventilation system, and direct the airflow to Falco's hideout, and of course, pray to the Exalted One that the Ashmag's jackals don't spot us. Oh, I think I have failed this quest during my first playthrough. It's true, Sherin. It's going to be a little trickier than it seems. Falco is desperate, so he is bound to have his thugs patrolling the tunnels. If we go crashing around down there, he will know something is afoot. And when Falco is feeling jumpy, Jay's nostrils flare with impotent rage. Heads roll. Where are we going to get a tank of sleeping gas? Jay stares at you, trying to decide if you are joking or being completely serious. What do you take me for? I have acquired it already. Don't worry, I have everything covered. Come, it's time to enter the sewers. To the Amacicus we go, Sherin. Or do you have other pressing business to handle on the way there? Well, we have to meet Incendia Chorda, I think. The sweat-rotten odor and the scent of incense mix into a thick, nauseating stench. So let me see what I can do with the J. I wanted to do this, but I can't do it now. Okay.
My ascension has only just begun.
For every bad thing that's ever happened, Old Vice was always there to blame me for it. Who's the troublemaker now, eh? The warp? It spares no one. Burnt eyes or no.
No offense, Sherin, but for sheer quantity of unpredictable episodes, you are still firmly in the lead.
True. Sometimes you can't see the difference between heretic and dogmatic. This is the case. You survived the trial? How did you manage that? When they grabbed you on the street, I thought. I used to burn rats in the docks. You think I wouldn't if they begged me? They are vermin. Shut up and burn them. I was a hairbreadth away from a sabotation. Okay. I was a hairbreadth away from servitorization, yes, but one of the patrols confirmed that I wasn't at the scene. Charged with conspiracy against a servant of the Imperium and sentenced to burn, no less than she deserves.
powers unseen uncover my path.
Drusian, I don't think I can go over there. Please do not disturb the pilgrims. The mass is underway. Fire. The sticking mass of charred, partially incinerated corpses smolders under the weight of fresh bodies. Enver. Piracy. Heresy. Piracy. Heresy. Descent. Blasphemy.
Let's seize the opportunity.
Violating curfew gets you in front of the firing squad. Did you think no one would find out, unit?
Operation successful.
Okay, the Cyber Raven gains plus 35 willpower and agility and 100 maximum wounds. I don't think this is better than the one I have. Blasphemy. Heresy. Piracy. Enver. Okay,
I tread a path unexplored.
see what we can do with that. Someone shoved a flamer down the throat of this Chorda soldier and burned his entrails. Good. Okay, I can go. No, I can't go over there. Yeah, it's locked. Suspicious prowler. Let's check the place. I repent, please, anything but the gallows or the fire. Have mercy, our families are starving. We only took a couple of Nutri-bars. Lies, I see clearly with my naked eye the corruption that has engulfed your nature. Only the cleansing fire can absolve you now. Guilty. She likes fire too. Is this fire cleansing enough for you, you crazy hag? The Emperor protects me. Guilty, burning. I guess you can't fight her. Incendia Chorda is absorbed in reading a long strip of parchment. Her left hand is holding a silver spoon, with which she is carefully scooping up brain matter from the open skull of the man contorted next to her. Severin von Valentius, I was informed of your arrival. Exhaustion has marked Incendia's features with a crisscross of lines and deeper furrows. Her cheek is forever twisted in a continuous nervous tick, yet her eyes are ablaze with indomitable resolve. A dazzling aura of power and righteous fury surrounds her like a mantle. She gracefully brings a gold-plated inhaler to her lips, takes a deep breath, and the fire in her gaze flares like a plasma thruster's. Look closely at Incendia. One look at Incendia's full dress uniform shows that it has not been changed in many days. The collar is greasy, and the braid trim is stained with sweat. The air is tinged with the smell of an inhaled stimulant that is used to give serfs the ability to work multiple watches without rest. Point at the man with the open skull. What is that? Incendia sinks her silver spoon into the man's brain and slowly consumes the revolting morsel. I must know the taste of a criminal's thoughts. It is how I learn to recognize their patterns. That sounds heretic to me. Yeah, it reeks of corruption, but Severin doesn't really care. Let's go with 3. And does it help? I have deepened my understanding of the petty and odious urges that drive the weak-willed to degeneracy. I have learned to see these urges in their eyes. If only you knew what it is like to be familiar with every shade of corruption that lurks in depraved souls. Severin knows now. Something wild sparks in her pale eyes. You know not the first thing about perceiving it, sensing it, peering into people's souls, and seeing the heinousness therein. You do not know what it's like to look at their faces and see the brand of their impious deeds, but I know it too well. But I know it all too well, and none shall escape my wrath. Let's go with 3. What is going on here? The Lord Inquisitor has bestowed upon me the honor of bringing order to this cesspool of pirates and heretics, to rid footfall of the corruption that has fettered its limbs and turned this imperial station into a hotbed of free thinking and inefficiency, and I will not rest until all have been judged. This is no tribunal, this is slaughter. Incendia studies you with a predatory smile. It must have been the Emperor's providence that brought you here to my court. It will be my pleasure to indict you for the crimes you have committed. Okay. Let's see, whisper the words of the forbidden spell. If you can see corruption in me, indict away. Then let us begin. Chorda leans forward and stares intently into your eyes. Scarcely as Incendia's gaze meets yours, then she begins writhing in pain and clutching her head. She takes a deep breath and tries to look you in the eye again, only for a few flashes of pain, to almost make her cry out. Confusion and fear are visible in her eyes, as she should. I cannot see your crimes. How is this possible? Someone like you cannot be pure. Are you sure? The warrior clad in armor adorned with the sign of the Inquisition speaks in a voice that is even and dry like paper. The Lord Inquisitor is aware of rogue trader von Bonancieux's arrival on footfall. He allowed it and gave no order of persecution. Rather, the Lord Inquisitor's will is that the rogue trader von Bonancieux be treated with respect befitting his high status. In her assertions, Lady Chorda is coming dangerously close to abusing her authority and violating the chain of command. This is your warning. Has it by any chance occurred to the Inquisitor that he, too, is getting dangerously close to something slightly insane? How can a thing like this be tolerated? How can anyone look calmly upon these atrocities and think everything is going as it should? Calm yourself, Idira. Abelard steps between the Psyker and Chorda. I can understand your anger, but by the God Emperor, another word out of turn, and you will find yourself following those unfortunates. Incendia's pale cheek is hit by a spasm. Her lips curl as she mutters, I have no intention of questioning the Lord Inquisitor's orders. Perhaps he wishes to receive you in one piece, so that he may conduct a personal interrogation. So, you are in charge of Footfall now. Indeed I am. When the Lord Inquisitor enacted martial law in the Expanse, I offered him my support at once. Footfall was chosen as the Lord Inquisitor's headquarters, and the position of Footfall's Liege was temporarily abolished for the duration of this war, or perhaps longer than that. All authority was transferred to the station's warden, to me, while the Lord Inquisitor is preoccupied with matters of strategic planning. I am tasked with overseeing security and order. And there is much to do on that front. Pirates and smugglers, apostates and cold traders, deserters and outlaws, every one of them warrants attention. Cracking her neck, stiff from many hours of reading documents, Incendia again dips a silver spoon and scoops out brain matter from the open skull of the poor fellow standing next to her. Everywhere you look, servants are buckling under heavy stacks of new denunciations, warrants and other documents. And whom is it you are judging? All of them. Thieves, smugglers, pirates, traitors, heretics, deserters, abettors, arborers, cowards, and perjurers. Any who has ever trespassed, any who has ever protected a miscreant and kept quiet about a crime they knew of, they all will be condemned. With obsessive determination, Incendia starts going through her papers, seemingly no longer aware that she is doing so. More and more new convicts are being granted the great boon of undergoing servitude in perpetuus, and having rid themselves of reprehensible consciousness of serving the Imperium free from doubt and weakness, Footfall will once again become a bastion of law and righteousness. I will eradicate all heresy that prevents the faithless from giving themselves over the good of toiling in his name. How long has your court been in session already? Incendia seems slightly perplexed by your question. She starts moving signed sentences from one stack to another, then says uncertainly, 3 weeks. The court carries on day and night, so my sense of time eludes me. Okay, let me see what I can say. Seren doesn't care about anyone else but himself, so I'm not going to choose one. Let's go with 3. Admit it, you simply enjoy turning people into slaves. Why do you feel the need to come up with excuses for sowing carnage? Not carnage, but judgment is judgment, and I know of no other delight than serving him. The universe is a terrifying place. We are surrounded by the arch-enemy's machinations, and Xenos scum who would deny us our right to exist. The threat is inconceivable, and human weakness will not help us avert it. If man is weak, I rid him of his spinelessness and feebleness, endowing him with the sacred narrowness of mind and eradicating all that prevents him from utilizing this whole self in the service of the Imperium. She is not lying. You can tell by her eyes and her voice, trembling with earnest faith, that Incendia genuinely believes in every word she just said. She's just crazy, and she doesn't know it. Chuckle and point at the hapless assassin's corpse. I can tell you are quite popular with the locals. This attempt was mediocre and far from the first, but my enforcers and my throne keep me safe. Incendia pats an armrest and smiles. Its refractor field is impervious even to tank shells. That thief Tokara had this sacred Russian relic stashed in one of his storerooms. Where is the Lord Inquisitor? In the Liege chambers, coordinating the Expanse defense. His attention is focused on matters of vital importance, and he is not seeing any supplicants. The soldier wearing inquisitorial armor echoes Incendia's words. Your lordship cannot see the Lord Captain, the Lord Inquisitor now. However, he begged to inform your lordship that he will summon you later, when circumstances permit. What makes you think you are entitled to govern this place as you see fit? Such is the law of footfall. Any rogue trader who arrives here assumes the right of absolute authority. Surely it is not that thug Tukara who deserves to rule this station. He will soon be hanging from a noose, and so will his Kasbalikan henchmen, and so will those Anver firebrands, whose outrageous activities brought Footfall so much grief. She looks at you with a gloating smirk. Once you hindered my effort to subdue this station, and yet here I am now, dispensing justice to the wicked. I only regret that I was unable to begin sooner. Then Tokara's troublemakers would have already been crushed, instead of locking in cargo bays and maintenance tunnels. Regardless, I will deal with them soon enough. I saved Fruitful Station from starvation by granting it my patronage and delivering shipments of grain. We shall see whether Fruitful will thank the Emperor for your reign. In due time, I shall weed out all the taint that has bred here on Fruitful for so long, and then pious fear, loyalty and devotion will once again become the pillars of this station under his watchful eye. What happened between you and Winterscale? Winterscale is a traitor. What the Expanse burns, ravaged by heretics and unhallowed Xenos, he abandoned his duty completely and had the nerve to ignore the Lord Inquisitor's call to battle. My servants are capturing his words and ships while he hides from his reckoning, indulging his base urges. Soon enough, he too will stand before judgment. Okay. If you ask me, you are simply using this situation to plunder his protectorate. Should he call upon House von Balanchus for help, we will answer. Incendia's smile turns vicious. I do so enjoy candor, when the one who stands before the court admits openly that he shares the beliefs of someone about to be pronounced an outright anarchist and traitor to the Imperium. I say such a confession should earn him a swift and less agonizing execution. Enough words. Your accused await, and so do my duties. Wait, you have a duty to the Emperor that you must see to. Bladedancer Tokara, the deplorable rebel, who once ruled this station, has slipped from my grasp. He is inciting the people to revolt, killing my servants, and hiding from my wrath, with the dexterity of a void rat. My informers claim he often appears in that den of unrest that bears the irreverent name, the Adeptus Amacicus. We have made several attempts to arrest him, yet he has evaded capture. Each time, Reverend Hieronymus has gone there to convince him to surrender quietly, but his efforts have likewise been unsuccessful. In the interest of Footfall's integrity, Tokara must be apprehended. As a rogue trader in authority, I order you to aid me in bringing him to justice. The asteroid where the Adeptus Amacicus is located has been cordoned off, but my officer will take you there. I want you to lure Tokara out of his hole and seize him so that he may stand trial. Do this for the sake of Footfall's liberation, and pave the road that my justice will tread. Why pronounce Bladedancer a criminal? Why wouldn't I? That vile rogue's infamy is known to all. He patronized thieves, smugglers, and pirates. By his leave, heresies and unholy cults flourished. That he has evaded punishment this long can only be described as gross negligence, which I intend to rectify in short order. Why did Hieronymus go to the Adeptus Amacicus? Reverend Hieronymus headed where the rebels are seen most often, so he could preach to them and sway them to repent. Alas, he still cannot see the difference between those who have heard and those who are beyond any hope of redemption. Some of the people you wish to execute are useful to me. I purchase valuable equipment from them. The scoundrels and thieves will be replaced by honest suppliers. Even degenerates such as the Casbalika can be of some use in the coming crisis, but their willful leaders need to be replaced with more pliable and trepidatious successors. It is the only way for us to protect ourselves from being stabbed in the back. And what do I stand to gain? Does it not satisfy you that order and imperial compliance will be restored on Footfall? I see you learn too much from Theodora, namely her hubris, greed, and indifference to duty. She should look herself into a mirror. Okay, let's lie. I will drag Bladedancer before this court. Your cooperation will be noted, Severin. But remember, Incendia's eyes flash maniacally. None of the rebel leaders are allowed to die before their trial. I forbid you to execute them without my leave. Okay. Let's see what we can do over there first. Battering compressor. Okay, let's take this.
I bet that as soon as we come across something interesting, the greedy hunk of junk will crackle on about the privileges of the Adeptus Mechanicus and try to lay his hands on the spoils.
I am judging and disregarding the statement of the unworthy thief who is disrespecting the privileges of the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Judging by their injuries, the aristocrats were subjected to a long, enthusiastic beating before their execution.
Intriguing.
By the order of the Lord Inquisitor of the Holy Ordo Xenos, the Liege Palace is presently closed to outsiders. Well, can do nothing, I guess. Pilgrim. Yeah. preacher. Know, my children, that the truth is carved in gold into the parchment of the soul, while lies and heresy are the poison that threatens to erode this parchment.
The world will bow.
Okay, let's see what I can see over there. Okay, this is the same. Enver. Enver. Your cargo at the docks has been impounded. Come with us. The soldier's limbs are twisted at unnatural angles. Someone broke every bone and left him to die. Enver.
The world
Demolition.
trembles beneath my
Traces
feet.
of soot, okay?
Ruinous favor
A bomb
prevails.
exploded here, most likely an improvised one. Okay. No, I can't go there, so let's continue. You do know. You know everything, and I will keep beating you until you start talking. The Inquisition soldier is holding a weapon of a strange make you have not seen before. Okay. I guess this is it. Obey, do your part, fight for the Imperium. This is
I tread a path unexplored.
it's time to go. Okay, I have forgotten this, okay? The glow of the dead stars, okay? Let's go to the Martyr's Endurance. Thug, guard. To arms, wait! It's his lordship von Monlanches. I thought it was Chorda dogs with another inspection. Stand down, false alarm. Okay, I think I'm going to
Let's seize the
check on
opportunity.
Bladane. I'm not going to go to the sewer for now. Not so tough without your pals. Are you? You filth. Spare me. I am a enforcer of House Watts. You're dead, woman. This is what you are. Stab her in the eye. That's a start. Okay. Let's collect the loot first.
Embrace true
I
power.
can't. Bladame. You have no other options, Ryza. If you abandon Footfall to Chorda and flee, where are you going to sell your goods? Or restock your supplies? It will just be a slow death for all of you, with no ammunition, no water and no air. So quit bargaining with fate and stick to the plan. Plan? More like a suicide pact. You have no allies, no weapons, no nothing. Bladame and Ryza notice you, and the old pirate grins sarcastically. You are a runt trying to play with the big boys. Vakemo. You have taken on a rogue trader dynasty with only a handful of heavies and a couple of guns to your name. The way I see it, your march to the gallows is more of a gallop. Turning away from Ryza, Bladame's expression does not change, but an indistinct curse falls from his lips. Who do we have? Oh, maybe. Don't mind me, do carry on. You are hard to ignore, your lordship. You have a habit of radically altering the state of affairs, of whatever situation you wade into. Greetings, your lordship. And as for you, Vakemo, I've got nothing to add. Your plans, utter crap. I don't gamble on those kinds of odds. I will leave you to think about your prospects. Maybe you will realize that choosing my shuttle would be a better idea, while me and my shuttle are still here. By the throne's radiance, Bladedancer, if you don't tell me this very moment where you and Falco are keeping my guys... The former Lich interrupts Jay with a dry gesture. I don't do business with rats, Eidari. And surprisingly enough, for once, I don't mean you. In that case, pray to the Exalted One that Falco backs up your story before he dies. Disappointed, Jay takes her hand off her weapon and bows her head before you penitently. Forgive me my brazenness, Sherin. Is all yours. Look at Bladedancer. The former Lich looks angry and focused. His coat collar is unbuttoned, showing the meshwork of ceramite reinforced armor hidden underneath. He is wearing a gun holster on his side. Now that Bladedancer has thrown off the mask of a disgruntled bureaucrat, his sleeves are rolled up, showing his old bandit tattoos. He exudes an aura of imperious cruelty. How is this station faring? It's turned into a kingdom of death, executing protesters, cracking down on corrupt traders, and suppressing dissent are all good, useful policies, within reasonable limits. I have used them myself, in fact. However, with Lady Chorda, reasonable limits are a distant memory at this point. Fortunately, I had been preparing for that turn of events ever since that hag tried to take foothold the first time. You helped us then, giving me time to organize. I set up weapons caches, enlisted more fighters, and deleted my agent's data from the Cogitator network. When Chorda seized power, she thought she had won, but the station was still mine, to an extent. My little army is waging war on the enforcers. We slaughter patrols, wrestle back detainees, and punish those who collaborate with the enemy, or are close to someone who does. Bladedancer's ruthless smile is like a jagged steel trap. Incendia is conducting her reprisals, and I am conducting mine. Everyone must remember that there are consequences for collaborating with the occupying force. Okay, let me see. Let's go with 3. I see your position of authority has not changed you. You remain the bandit you always were. Bladedancer smiles tersely. Old habits die hard. I will admit, I wasn't exactly yearning for the days of my youth, but to find myself in the line of fire again is invigorating. Your Lordship, I'm asking you for help, not just on behalf of the portion of the station population that isn't already scared shitless, but on behalf of the Casbalika mission as well. My people and my organization's assets are in a vulnerable position. Help us protect our interest, and we will help you protect yours. The Casbalika mission highly values its partnership with me. What kind of help do you expect from me? A general uprising will be doomed to fail. The enforcers have isolated the asteroids. We can't strike out against Incendia. She has the greater numbers. and her throne's refractor field will protect her from any attack. An insidious smile appears on the liege lips. So we will ask her ladyship to come to us, exploiting her overconfidence. If she wants my blood, let her come and spill it. She knows we use the Amacicus as our meeting place. If you let the enforcers know I can be found and grabbed in here, she will come, and she will hardly drag her throne with her. We will lure her into a trap, kill her, and take back Footfall. What forces do you have at your command? However much Chorda would like to believe she has kicked the Casbalica out of Footfall, she hasn't. We are scattered all over this station, lying low, and there is still enough of us to cause trouble. A small band of my most daring cutthroat staff members who were by my side when I came to power, business partners who still remember that any venture is only as reliable as the grip of the venturer's hand on their pistol. Add to that the group of Xenos mercenaries which my colleagues from the Casbalica mission have provided me with. A radical solution, I know, but they don't care who they kill as long as I pay them, and I have the means to pay them. We would have greater numbers if Ryza wasn't so damnably cautious, and Hieronymus did us a favor and shut his preaching trap. Bladedancer grits his teeth and adds quietly, I would have thrown the good Reverend for a loop long ago if it weren't for the fanatical mob that would show up here to avenge him. What does Ryza have a problem with? She has misgivings about the prospect of our cooperation. The old rogue prefers not to pick fights unless a victory is a foregone conclusion, and right now she seems to be planning on fleeing rather than fighting. She needs the right kind of motivation. It's a shame there is no one the cold bitch values enough for me to take hostage. Why did Ryza call you a chemo? Old nicknames die as hard as old habits. I used to be known by that name on the station. The Vakemo is a myth, a malicious spirit, stalking its prey in Footfall's empty sectors. Tokara chuckles. I had a terrible reputation when I was young. Why has Hieronymus shown up here? He preaches repentance. Bladedancer remains stone-faced with a few seconds before giving in and letting a sarcastic smile form on his lips. Chorda sent him here to make us lay down our arms and renounce our rebellious ways. But he seems taken aback by the scale of Lady Incendia's purges, which opens up possibilities. If we put pressure on him, he will bring over zealots, who will tear apart whoever he points his finger at. A useful man. I regret not getting him on side sooner. News of Incendia's death is hardly going to please the Lord Inquisitor. Considering Calcazar has never once interfered in the station's affairs, he clearly couldn't care less about Footfall. This means he also doesn't care who runs the station, so long as things are quiet here. I'm going to make sure things are quiet. Granted, he did give Chorda a security detail, but she has already... Tokara emphasizes the last word. Dead. And the death doesn't reek of deadly heresy. He likely won't bother to investigate. The Lord Inquisitor will simply entrust governance to someone who won't cause him problems. Someone like me. Okay, granted he did give Chorda security details, but if she is already dead and her death doesn't reek of deadly heresy, he likely won't bother to investigate. Okay, let's continue. I realize it's a bold hypothesis, and the Lord Inquisitor may have me hanged for Chorda's death, but my life is at stake as it is, so I may as well take the risk. Why would I take part in that? Because a critically important station in the Expanse is about to become a graveyard. Once commerce dies, merchants will turn to piracy. What else could they do? Connections between worlds will be weakened, since Chorda will make short work of astropath as soon as she gets to them. And Chorda, do you think footfall will be enough for her? No, she will march on, perhaps to your worlds as well. Yeah, I think he's right. Besides, the Casbalica mission, and I am authorized to say this, sees your lordship as a proven and valuable ally. Incendia Chorda has nothing to offer you, while my organization's gratitude is guaranteed. Between losing an influential partner and strengthening your ties with them, I'm sure you will opt for the latter. I have understood your plan. An unblinking gaze fixes upon you. I hope you think it's promising. Okay, let's see what I can say. Well, let's go with Votari. You want my help? You can get it. On one condition. In my protectorate, I am worshipped as a deity. Fall to your knees, renounce all other patrons, and swear allegiance to me, the great beacon, the living god. Bladedancer hesitates. Even this thoroughly unprincipled hustler knows there is no going back after crossing certain lines. He stares at you intently. Despite the dark glasses hiding his eyes and the mask-like expression on his face, you can easily see no sense. The exact moment he brutally crushes the last remnants of faith inside him and decides to step into the abyss. Bladedancer casts away his doubts and gets down on his knees. I renounce all other patrons and pledge my eternal fealty to the great beacon, the true god and master of fates. I most humbly beseech you to help me drown footfall in the blood of Incendia Chorda and her minions. Bladedancer looks at you expectantly. It shall be done. Bladedancer nods and stands up. Then let's get down to business. I'm glad you are with us, your lordship. This is a fight we must be well prepared for. As a colleague of mine used to say, if your brain doesn't hurt from all that thinking of where to hide, it will discover even your skull isn't thick enough once the fight is on, which sounds especially ironic considering how he died. I would like to ask your opinion on how prepared we are to entertain Lady Incendia. Perhaps some of those gathered in here will support us, Ryza's people, Hieronymus zealots, even Octaviana's regulars. We can use whomever we can get. If you think that it may be worth fortifying our positions or preparing a few surprises for our guests, my people and arsenal are at your disposal. All you have to do is say the word. As soon as we are ready, send Chorda a message saying I'm here. Let her come. We will settle our differences. Then the footfall way, with the gunfight. I will go and take a look around. Bladedancer nods attentively, then looks down at the data slate, showing a map of the station's systems. He scrutinizes it with a pensive expression. Okay.
The world will bow.
Let's take everything we can.
My success is an irrefutable
Trading is just like
I
art.
still
It
can do
takes
it.
skill
Okay.
and talent.
Let's see what we can collect. Okay, order for barricades to be assembled out of the rubbish.
Experience? Nothing matters more.
The world trembles beneath my feet.
Goods. Okay. The wearer's first melta weapon reload in a round costs 0 AP. The wearer's first melta weapon attack in combat does not counter the attack limit per turn. Okay. I'm not using melta, so
I tread a path unexplored.
logic.
And done.
The menu systems of the Adeptus Amacicus looks eerily similar to the design of the internal scan of the fuel compartment. Someone has inserted new data into the void ship's cogitator, left over from ancient times. Walker, citizen. Okay, no one with a name. Carouse. Okay.
Compared to naval service, that was
The decanter
barely a
used to
challenge.
contain a cheap amasec, which for the sake of attractiveness has obviously been enriched with a deodorizing agent. Okay. Goods. Okay. Octaviana looks tired, but finds the strength to smile briskly. Okay, I have saved Footfall Station from starvation by granting it my patronage and delivering shipments of grain. She pours 2 shots of a clear yellowish liquid with streaks of promethium in it and slides one toward Ryza. Let's drink to her infallible Ladyship Chorda's mercy and good judgment, wherever they may be right now. Infallible and okay. Ryza downs the shot, grimacing in satisfaction. You have quite a way with words, Octi. Yes, indeed. One would hate it if Lady Chorda's ill health affected our own. Have you by any chance run into Lady Chorda's good judgments on your journeys, your lordship? The pirate laughs harshly. Oh, ha, Octi, I've missed the fiery sunset of your hair, Shireen. Sorry I haven't brought any gifts today, but we are certainly going to down another round or 2. Shut up, Adari. You came back alive, and that's good enough. Octaviana's face twists into a scowl, but her whole body leans forward toward her old friend. And don't beat about the bush. I know exactly why you have come to Footfall in such a rush, but Jay, your guys got killed. Every last one of them, before Chorda even set foot on the station. Some were found dismembered in the shadow quarters. Some became a heap of ash at the crematorium, and Falco launched the luckiest ones into orbit around the station, so that everyone could see how much he despised you and your patron, if the rogue trader will pardon me for saying it. That Ashmag. Jay's voice is full of anger and thirst for vengeance. No, there is still something he needs from me. So not all of them are dead. Or at any rate, it will be better for him if some aren't. Where is he, Octi. Speak. You know very well where. Octaviana waves toward a drab-looking door, covered by a sheet of metal. The sewers are where that rat belongs. You know, he was going to rat us all out of Chorda, including Vladame. You should have seen Falco's face when Vladame led the Inquisitor's dogs to him first. Haha. Got anything strong, Octaviana? For you, my lord. A dusty but finally made greenish bottle with the wax seal appears on the bar. Lord Winterscale's favorite blend, so good it's not entirely legal. However, during his last visit, his lordship told me to put a bottle aside until his return, and who knows if he will ever return here now. It would be a waste. Okay, let's go with 2. Then, here is to Caligos' health and his foresight. If there is anything in the world our infallible ladyship hates more than us, it's Caligos Winterscale. So I will heartily join your toast. I'm not sure about one. I think this is a bug, right? How have you been faring here without me? Badly, but we are in no mood to lie down and die yet. There are still people who can't stand Chorda's regime, and they are fighting. A sting a day, always somewhere new. Vladame may be on the run, but he still has people loyal to him. He would have had more if it weren't for Reverend Hieronymus. Many have fallen for his sermons and taken to repenting and confessing. He has turned so many to the faith that they don't dare touch him anymore. The old man's a force to be reckoned with now. Octaviana lowers her voice. Vladame has let the station slip away from him. Plenty of people aren't happy about it, not least his business partners. Should something happen to Tokara, come here. Your dealings with the Kasbalika shouldn't take a hit because of the old Liege ambitions. Interesting. So, the Kasbalika mission highly values my partnership. Okay. Or its partnership with me, okay. Are you not afraid the enforcers will come for you eventually? Octaviana smiles tenderly. If they show up, I will blow up the martyr's endurance before I let those butchers take me alive. And for now, I will be behind the bar, refueling my roughnecks. It's a rotten thing for a captain to abandon ship, isn't it, your lordship? It is. Some captain, if I were you, I would scram while the scramming's good. I know you are attached to the Amasicus, but this all isn't worth dying for. I have a shuttle hidden away nearby, so we could take off right now. Give it a rest, Ryza. I'm not holding you here, so stop trying to drag me away with you. I think I'm going to talk to Octaviana first. Octaviana, we have a plan to stop Chorda. Your help would be welcome. The woman looks at you pensively. And by we you mean you and Vladame? He always has a plan, but it's certainly not always the best plan. Why should I trust in your ID? Okay, let's go with commerce. How about a deal? Help me and I will let you use my name for commercial purposes. The Adeptus Amazicus, the favorite bar of rogue trader von Barnunches. Is that not a generous price? Yeah, I don't want to use coercion on her. Let's go with 4. It is generous, your lordship, very generous. If we don't all get killed, the Amazicus will be flooded with thrones. Alright then, it's a deal, but I have one condition. Write me a document saying your heirs have no right to go back on the promise. Because, as you can understand, if this doesn't work, there will be a new rogue trader von Barnunches in the very near future. Smart. I don't have any fighters, but I do have a shipment of Xenos weapons. Little, but with no guarantee of quality. Figuring out how it even works is tricky enough, but that still beats the junk Bladedancer thugs are armed with. They can have a round on the house. Ryza and I need to have a little chat. Ryza casts a glance in Octaviana's direction, waits for her to take the hint and look away, then says, "At your lordship's service." Your eyes see through the pirate instantly, and you sense that the burden of her transgression is so heavy that it will soon drag her under. Pushing her over the edge wouldn't take much effort. The pirate herself seems almost eager to plunge headfirst into the murky waters. Vladimir needs your help. Your lordship, his so-called plan is nothing but the death throes of a cornered and condemned man who is grasping at imaginary straws. The Vakemo was once smart, shrewd, and wily, but now is simply refusing to admit he has already lost. We modest dealers are no match for a rogue trader. It would be different, of course, if we were strongly motivated or had a rogue trader on our side. Ryza looks you straight in the eye, her meaning quite clear. Okay, let's see. Well, let's go with 2. Draw the chaos symbol in the drops spilt on the bar. Then wipe it away. What if I told you that you and I have another very influential ally? Ryza's eyes widen. You too? I would never have thought that your esteemed thief would. This changes everything. Now I see I made the right choice when I put my trust in our influential ally. Oh, what the warp! My crew and I will take part in your little uprising, but don't ask me for details. Old Ryza prefers to keep quiet about the behind-the-scenes workings of her insidious and sudden strikes. Okay, let's go with I am interested in the Fellowship of the Void's wares. Yeah, she has nothing to offer. Okay, good. So, let's go with that maybe
unseen,
first.
uncover my path.
Stop screaming. One slip of my scalpel and there go your balls. No, chaplain, we can't have that. How would I whack enforcers without them? Okay. Let's order a mine to be set here. Can I do something else over there? I think I could do something.
Intriguing.
Okay, order that the fuel barrels be placed throughout the room.
An expected result.
Okay. So, Vladimir is here. We have talked to Octaviana. Ryza, who are you? Chaplain. Let's talk to the chaplain first, maybe. Chaplain. The imposing man, covered head to toe in scars, is hard to mistake for anyone else. You are looking at Chaplain, confessor to the late Dance Bellardo, whose funeral now seems like an eternity ago. His arms are crossed as he surveys the room, with a gloomy expression. As you approach, he bows deferentially. Your Lordship, it is nice to see that St. Drusus has protected your neck from the heretics and the Xenos since we last met. Show how it's always sad events that bring us together. The last time was at a funeral, and now it feels like half of Footfall needs a memorial service. Long time no see, Chaplain. What are you doing here? Same as always, Your Lordship. Bringing the Emperor's light to the lowly and downtrodden. And I may have my hands full here on Footfall. The station's teeming with hungry, maimed, and frightened people. His large fists clench into twin mace heads. Her Ladyship Incendia Chorda, in her righteous zeal, doesn't see the atrocities her enforcers commit in the shadow quarters. Using her name as their shield, I intervene whenever I can, but to be honest, I am almost spent. Helping everyone is beyond my abilities. What is your opinion on the situation on the station? Chaplain jerks his chin up defiantly. Honestly, perhaps this began as a cleansing, but since day one, it's looked more like a frenzy of fanatism. Granted, people with a clear conscience have always been few and far between on Footfall. Granted, people with a clear conscience have always been few and far between on Footfall, but is that a reason to exterminate everyone for the pettiest infractions? St. Drusus teaches us to bring people back to the Emperor's light, and only punish by death those who have crossed the forbidden line and turn away from him irrevocably. I'm my own living proof that even a thoroughly rotten scoundrel can take the path of redemption. Are we in such deep retreat from the heresy? We are battling that. The flamer and the noose are the only tools we have left. Are we in such deep retreat from the heresy? We are battling that the flamer and the noose are the only tools we have left. Let's continue. Shame that Reverend Hieronymus won't listen to me. He is too zealous. He sees the face of vice too clearly and finds it too abhorrent. Looking at Footfall makes him sick, and so he welcomes the cleansing. May St. Drusus help you, Your Lordship. Okay, let's talk to Hieronymus. I'm not sure how it's going to go, but okay. Only by admitting to your depravity and taking the path of redemption will you something. I guess I can't access this awareness.
My success was inevitable.
This shoddy cover will offer little protection against a well-aimed shot, but at least it will conceal the target from the shooter. Look at yourself, huddled in this den. Okay, let's talk to him. Jera, if you don't mind. The Emperor protects young fundamentals. What has brought you here? Perhaps you would like to confess? Repentance is the first step on the path of redemption. Okay. I found cryo vaults with people inside. People who were murdered by your brethren. Hieronymus sighs heavily and is silent for a while. Then he replies, in a hollow voice, "It was done on my orders. All my life, I have been a confessor to lost souls. Now let me make my own confession to you. I seek no forgiveness or understanding. I only want to tell the truth. Aspis, Bastal, Chorda had imprisoned her heirs in those cryo vaults to stop them from challenging our authority. Incendia was among them." Okay. My fellow faithful chanced upon those ice crypts. Aspis' wicked design horrified them, and I thought if Saint Drusus had died a martyr's death to be resurrected in faith, perhaps another could follow in his footsteps. I chose Incendia. As full of worms as her innermost soul was, it had not rotted completely. As for the others, I put them to death, for thousands of years of suffering would not have been enough to cleanse the stench and rot from their cursed souls. I sabotaged Incendia's cryo vaults, and she spent 3 years conscious, blind and helpless. My brothers and sisters recited prayers over her prison to plant the seed of faith in the soil I had weeded. I hid the truth from Incendia and became a mentor, setting her on a path of service to his will. And that was how Incendia, the offspring of a felonious heretic, became his vengeful end, striking down enemies of the Imperium at the cost of the evil I had done. Interesting. Okay. I'm not sure what I need to choose. I want to choose a 6, but this is going to close the discussion, I think. I can't choose 1. I don't want to choose 2. I'm thinking 3, but I'm not going to say out loud. I'm not going to say it. And I'm going to choose 4. He will not understand it. I could choose 5, but let's go with spare me the tedious list of your crimes. Well then, my confession is over. Why are you preaching here among rebels? It is not rebels that I see. I see fools and malefactors, whose weakness made them reject the law of the Imperium, who are in need of repentance and instruction. Had I come here earlier, perhaps I would have been able to prevent this heretical insurrection. And what do you see, Rogue Trader? I see frightened people trying to save their lives. You are entirely right, but this is not their lives. But this is not their lives that they should be saving. It is their souls. that are truly in peril. Point to Chaplain. What? You are harboring a pirate among your brethren? Chaplain is a deeply devout servant of the Emperor. Few are as intimately familiar with human vice as him, and that is what fills his words with sincerity. His flock heeds and respects him, and as for all the hardened rascals and cutthroats who are part of that flock, why not? Our doctrine shuns no one, so long as they are willing to receive its word with an open heart. Let's go with 3. Rotten souls cling together, do they not, Reverend? Hieronymus bares his yellowed teeth in an acerbic grin. Indeed, I would rather call the worst of all scoundrels my brother, if he repents of his crimes, than someone convinced of their own soul's purity. Let's go with 5. Reverend, I want to stop Incendia. Help me. Are you openly declaring your intent to move against an enactor of the Emperor's justice? And why should I, a mentor in the faith, help you commit that act of treachery? Interesting. Let's go with heretical fanatic. You do not believe in Incendia or in the Emperor. Your faith is a mere smokescreen for your fear of death, Hieronymus. The priest staggers back, stunned. He opens his mouth, and a tiny, barely visible fly passes between his gapped teeth and disappears in his throat. The preacher does not even notice. What is all this heretical talk? I do believe. Why would I be afraid of death? Okay, maybe let's go with 2. Then why did my words cause your face to contort in fear, and not righteous anger? Because your invective caught me off guard. Did you really ask me to join a rebellion? Then at once turn around and accuse me of heresy and treason? You say I am afraid of death. Why? You positively crave it. Okay, let's go with 2. No. Now, look me in the eye, Reverend, and tell me you are ready to meet your death, right here and now, without a shadow of fear or regret. Looking into your eyes, the preacher opens his mouth several times to say something, but never musters the courage. He frowns, and his lips twitch. I cannot utter that, for it would be untrue. Okay. I'm going to continue with 2. You are going to die, and there is nothing you can do about it. Not a moment goes by without the horror of it consuming you from the inside. Admit it. Hieronymus hesitates. The color has drained from his face, and he no longer has the look of a firebrand. The man in front of you is old, shriveled, and frightened. I want to argue with you, to denounce your lies, but it is true. Incendia does scare me, and does death, but how do I not fear it? The Reverend seems transfixed as he looks at you, ready to hang on your every word. Interesting. Let me see what I can say. Smile and draw 3 contiguous circles in the air, the sign of Nurgle. The priest shudders and mumbles, more to himself than to you. Blasphemy, heresy, and yet, do I have a choice? Is an unrighteous life the only thing that can save me from an unrighteous death? I am a vessel of depravity, and if so, what is even the point of redemption? You have both banished some of my doubts and given me food for others. I will do what must be done. My faithful will assist you in battle, and afterward, I will find a new path. Let's see if he has something to sell. I would like to see the Dragon relics. We will never refuse our help to one who makes generous donations to our mission. Yeah, I can do nothing now. So I guess we are ready, right? Let's talk to
Let's
Bladedancer.
seize the opportunity.
Your Lordship, let's try to make a deal with him. Okay, regretfully, Your Lordship, I have nothing to offer you at the moment. My access to the assets you are interested in has been temporarily restricted. It's going to take putting a bullet through a couple of heads for me to once again be able to offer an adequate range of merchandise. Okay, I'm not going to choose Sue because I have plan for Octaviana. I see no issue in letting Incendia know you are here. Get ready, your enemies will be here soon. I will send my least important associates to the entrance to take the brunt of the initial assault. That should thin our waist numbers. Without thinking, Bladedancer reaches for his pistol to check how easily it slides out of its holster. Then he smiles. It's an easygoing, young, and bloodthirsty smile. I'd almost forgotten how much I love all this. Stay where you are. Lay down your weapons. We are here for the criminal Bladedancer Tokara and his accomplices. Members of the Heretic Bladedancer Tokara's gang, lay down your arms and face righteous justice. They will hang us all, don't trust them, lads. Done with the hang woman, let's make the holy soldiers. I hope you would respond like this. Enforcers, attack. Flame rages in Chorda's furious gaze as she surveys the barn. A figure seems to exude a ruthless radiance, cruel like the scorching sun of a desert world. Rebels and heretics, I, rogue trader Incendia Chorda, master of footfall and defender of justice, am ordering you to lay down your arms. Harsh justice awaits those who surrender. An ignoble death awaits the rest. Bladedancer takes out his pistol slowly and says in a lazy drawl, Incendia Chorda, I Bladedancer the Bakemo, I'm ordering you to get off my turf before I blow your brains out and throw your corpse for a loop. Okay. No, I'm not going to try to talk her down. Okay, I like 5. May whoever is right survive. You are a traitor, just like Theodora. Your dynasty has long since needed a lesson in obedience. Yeah, but you are not going to give it to me. Boys, kick this lunatic out of my bar.
Your resistance as ashes. Crush them!
Okay. So Bladedancer is with me, right? Yeah. Okay, we have a Psyker, we have a... okay. Well. Maybe... yeah, maybe I'll let you go there. Bladedancer Gunner, I'm next. Seran, I'm really hoping it will be. Okay, Ajira, you go there. And the bird is here. Abela. Yeah, maybe it's not a good place, right? Pascal. Jay. Guess Jay. Jay, you go there. So, is everyone ready? I think this is the case. Let's go.
Hold on!
Okay, he's buffing everyone. Okay, not bad.
Let's make it quick!
Another one of these mistakes!
Yeah, not enough damage, I think. Let me see. Okay, Incendia Chorda is next. Okay. Let's go with this one.
I move swiftly to strike. I understand your intent.
Okay. So maybe you.
If it serves your cause.
Okay. Precise attack. Kill the ball.
If I must.
Okay, I think. Okay. Yeah, I have over penetration, I think. But okay. I think I'm going to go with this one. Basic
This
attack.
tedium is beneath. No weakness is hidden from my sight.
Dodge. Okay. It's I don't like this.
If it serves your cause, ancestors guide me.
Well. Okay. let's go with the... Okay, let's go with this one, I think. Or maybe not. I think I'm going to do this one. Okay. Let's go with this.
I am not your Xenos pet monkey.
Okay. And who is next? Okay. Okay, I think too late. Okay, let's go with this one.
If it serves your cause.
Your end is nigh. Your corrupt way has failed you.
Okay, white fire. Okay. This is an arch militant.
Let's get to it.
Not bad. Okay. So let's try not to die.
One step closer.
Okay.
Purpose guides me.
Yeah. Okay.
Ruin beckons.
Well. Okay. I think I'm going to do this. I should not... Okay. You know what? This is okay.
Purpose guides me. Pathetic.
Okay. I still have enough. Okay. Okay. This is not crazy good, but let's go with this one first.
I need no
Crippled in body, then corrupt in mind.
Okay, I think I can manage it.
purpose guides our blood-soaked tribute.
Okay, Pascal.
My vow is to serve.
Yeah, let's go with this one. Wait. Can do this one first? I can't. Let's go with Hot on the Trail.
Running binary override.
Okay. Well. Okay, Incendia, you are going to die. I mean... Let's go with this. Okay.
My fury
She killed me!
toward our ultimate victory.
She killed me!
Have been judged and felt wanting.
Of their crude machinery was
She killed Pascal!
Your corrupt way has failed you.
Whoa!
Another step towards our ultimate victory.
Okay. Okay, but she died. Well, Hydra. This could be dangerous, but I think I'm going to do it anyway because why not?
They who
discern the future on the battlefield.
Okay. Okay, let's go with strategic adaptation, I think.
Damn! What was the command again?
Okay, let's
Oh,
move the
right.
body. Just by moving. Okay.
Quiet whispers. It's my turn, and I'm gonna control it myself.
Okay. Let's try to do this.
What? Was it you? Or
Yeah. Well. He's hiding somewhere, but I can't do nothing. Come on. Okay. Blah. Can I target you? I can.
on it.
Okay. Let's go,
Anything
Bella.
else?
Okay. Let me check the 15 siren. Okay.
Out of my way!
Where are you going?
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Well. So, 2 remaining. Okay. One is here, and the other one is taking a nap, I guess. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's do this first.
It will be done.
Okay.
Follow my lead.
Okay. So,
I will
this
do my
one.
duty.
So next one. I don't think I really need to do this, but why not? Let's go with the swing.
It will be done.
Okay, you're dead.
I took care of this one. At your beck and call.
Well. I can't touch you, right? No, I can't. Let's... Gee. Can you do something?
Watch my back.
8? Come on. Okay, let's try to do this.
Don't get too cocky.
Okay. So let me check. The wearer gains the Solve Simulacrum ability. This costs 3 AP and can grant the wearer a permanent paradox solved feature. Okay, but is it the case? This character can use their heroic act regardless of their momentum without spending momentum. So I think I did it, right? I think I did it. Okay. So... I guess...
Tell me, and
Idiot.
it is done.
Let's buff you.
I can do that, with the right incentive. Am I getting paid for this?
Should be okay, right?
Wanna see a trick?
I deal death with my hands.
For you look outward in search for it, while it is inward that you must... Okay. For you look outward in search for it, while it is inward, I can't read it. Bladedancer surveys the carnage and says, dryly and morosely, "What a mess. Thank you for helping me deal with it, your lordship. Your help has been invaluable, but the Casbalica mission will nonetheless try to approximate and match its value in the most generous of terms." He glances at Incendia's body and inquires with a grim composure, "Does your lordship have any preference in regard to what should be done with the remains of the lady?" "Give them to the mob. The people of Footfall will find many ways to pay their respects to her ladyship. They are quite exercised about this whole affair." Okay, let me see what I can say. "Kill the dame. Don't bother thanking me. I will just take what is mine." This is for Jay. What? Damn! Bladedancer's head explodes, spraying blood everywhere. Leech, criminal kingpin, armed rebel, all that he was, now reduced to a corpse, hitting the floor with a thud. His glasses fly off his nose and lie cracked and glittering lifelessly. The idiot never realized who the station's new owner was. Well then, congratulations on your new acquisition, your lordship. The eyes of everyone gathered in the bar converge on you. They are holding their breath as they wait for Footfall's new ruler to issue his first decree. To the abyss with the Imperial Creed. It does not belong on Footfall. From now on, absolute freedom will be the only law on this place. Whoever disagrees can head for the nearest airlock and take a walk into the void. Furious shouts of elation shake the pub's walls. Everyone's eyes light up with anticipation of a life free from the Imperium's laws, and many are already busy thinking about who they will stab in the back to grab their coveted place in the sun. Well. Not sure what Abelard has to say about this, but let's see. When the wielder successfully parries with this power sword, they immediately counter-attack with whichever attack costs the least AP. It also grants +3 bonus to parry. On a successful hit, with this power sword, the target suffers a -10 penalty to weapon skill. Most warriors prefer swords for they provide more flexibility on the battlefield against close combat enemies. I have an idea on how to use this weapon. I think I will give it to Jay later on with another one with a bonus to parry too. Daredevil pistol. This pistol has a special attack that costs 0 AP, has increased rate of fire, and ends the wielder turn, okay? Rapid autofire gun, not crazy good. I will not use it. Staff of Endless Flame, I know this one. Inferno pistol, yeah, she killed me with this one. Plasma pistol, okay. Duelist uniform. If there were equips 2 pistols, they gain plus 10 ballistic skill and plus 10 hit chance, plus 10% hit chance. Plus 15% dodge if the wearer ballistic skill is more than 70%, okay. Heavy Xenomesh, we know this one. Injection adapter, the user gains plus 16 temporary wounds from combat stimulants. The wearer and adjacent allies cannot fall prone and become immune to forced movement effect, okay. The wearer gains plus 20 Medikit and plus 20 Carus. Whenever the wearer uses a Medikit or a stimulant for the first time in a round, it costs 0 AP. I think this is going... No, I'm not going to use it with Kibela, but this is a good one. The wearer gains the Get Back in the Fight ability that costs 0 AP. The officer encourages an ally who immediately recovers from burning, bleeding, toxin and stun effect. If the target is under the effect of Voice of Command, they also gain temporary wounds based on the officer willpower bonus. Okay. And okay, it was this one. This Servo Skull is designed to spread the glory and splendor of its mighty owner. Not very useful. And Medikit. Okay.
The world trembles beneath my feet.
So I think I need to do few things, because we're not going back to the ship right now. Okay, sort by type, I guess. Okay, I just need a medikit, this single one, right? Or maybe 2.
Time to leave my mark upon the galaxy.
Your technology is limited, but I am grateful.
Survive and serve.
Yeah, field
Pascal.
medicine at its finest.
Agility. Okay, I think I'm not going to heal you for now. That's okay. And Serran, you're okay. Yes, you are okay. I think this is okay, let's check this. What is it? I don't see it.
I tread a path unexplored.
Okay, never mind. Let's go over there then. Okay, it was staff. I don't think it was a good staff because I can't see anything. Bladedancer took out the leech. Yeah, I think this is a bug. Yeah, I don't think I can do anything. Let's talk to Octaviana. Upon noticing you, Octaviana offers you a genuine, beaming smile and a respectful bow. What will it be, sir? Anything for you. Lowering a voice, Octaviana adds, I have a private message for your lordship. The Casbalica mission has tasked me with expressing their eagerness to continue their partnership with House van Balanches. My colleagues would like to assure you that they had no stake in Bladedancer Tokara's activities that incurred your displeasure, and do not view his personal misfortunes as an act of hostility on your part. You are, as before, our valuable and respected partner. Yeah, I killed Bladedancer. So you are with the Casbalica too. I know this, but that's right. There are far more Casbalican agents in the Expanse than most people think. We prefer to operate discreetly. It's as simple as that. Why reveal the entire network when you can do business through a few public contacts? Bladedancer used to represent our interest on Footfall. Now our leadership wants me to become the face of our organization. I wish to make a deal. No, they don't have anything to offer. How are you enjoying your liberated footfall? To the fullest, sir. I'm sure things will improve soon. That is to say, until some new disaster strikes and makes life stink again. And after that, if we are lucky, things will improve again. Such is this cycle of life in the expanse. What can you do? But you are the one who saved us from the suffocating darkness of Lady Chorda's reign. And all the denizens of Footfall now pray for your health. I wish to make an announcement. Octaviana nods, fills her lungs with air, and yells out in a booming voice, "Hey you, bumps, layabouts, and crooks, shut your traps. His Lordship Severin von Bonancius, who has graciously honored us with his presence today, is about to speak." The bar quiets down, and all eyes turn to you expectantly. Okay. Let me see. Okay, I like to. Incendia tried to make us obey her laws, and now she's dead. Know this and spread the word. The word. There is no law on Footfall, and there never will be. Never. A deafening wave of jubilation washes over the room. From every direction, you hear shouts of praise for you and House von Bonancius. Octaviana joins in while reading bottles and tankards. She knows what will happen the moment you leave the bar. Let's see if I can buy something, but I don't think so. I wish to make a deal with the Casbalica mission. No, that's enough. Okay, Hieronymus is over there? No, he's gone.
The world will bow.
Let's talk to Ryza. Welcome back. Ryza raises her glass to you, smiles and winks with a prosthetic eye. Things are back to normal on Footfall, I see. Well, how should I put it? With the Lord Inquisitor on the station, folks still have to keep a bit of a lead on their activities. But with Incendia and her hounds gone, I can definitely breathe easier. Shipments are slowly starting up again. Anyone who worked with Chorda has been thrown for a loop, Footfall style, and folks can do business in the Amazicus again, without any trouble. I want to congratulate you on your initiative. Smacking Vladain down in the moment of his triumph, that was a shrewd move. I think even he would see the poetic justice of it, if he wasn't currently floating headless in orbit with all the other fools whose luck ran out. Yeah, I killed Vladain. So, I don't know if I would agree with your esteemed self that things are back to normal, but I will gladly drink to the new normal, to your health. I better be going. Nice doing business with you. Okay, I think this is it. Yeah, I don't think I can do anything over there. Let's
Powers unseen uncover my path.
Oh, and before that, we are going to level up, of course. So, let's see what we can do with
What
Abelard.
advice do you seek?
So, we have chosen during the last episode devastating attack with toughness. And we are going to choose Breaking Attack. Devastating Attack also reduces the target's armor by 7% and toughness by 10 until the end of combat. Does not stack. Okay. Maybe this one. Let me check. Okay. Okay, let's go with a Power Weapon Expert. Power Weapon attacks gain plus 10% armor penetration. Next. So Kibela is not with us. Cassia, same. Pascal. So we have chosen before Piercing Shot with Intelligence, and we are going to choose Pierce and Ruin. Each enemy affected by Piercing Shot has their armor reduced by 7% until the end of combat. Stacks. And what? We are going to choose Enhanced Splash Area. The area of plasma overcharge is increased by an additional cell on each side of all axes, vertical, horizontal, and diagonal. Okay, maybe I will arrive to keep him alive, to shoot at least once with it, with this weapon. Okay, with the plasma weapon. Okay, let's go with Elliot. We have chosen earlier Hot on the Trail and Agility. We are going to choose this time Trail and Shatter. Out on the Trail now has an unlimited range and reduces the target's armor by 30% for 2 rounds, based on perception. Trail and Shatter with some characteristic training. Let's go with Perception to gain more perception. Okay, Ajira. We have chosen earlier Prey Science with Perception. And we are going to choose Fate Bringer. Allies under the effect of at least one psychic power applied by the Psyker gain an additional plus 21 armor penetration based on the Psyker rating. And let's go with Grenadier. Okay. And before I forgot, I need to give Elliot a grenade, because she did use one. Let's go with the same grenade. Okay. Solomon is not with us. Same for Ulfa. Severin.
I am not afraid to embrace the revelations that make others shriek and cover.
Okay.
That is the difference between me and ignorant filth.
Okay, next time I will use this one, I think. This intoxicant. The crimson one. Okay, let's go. How many? I am almost there. 5 points. 5 points. And I am a zealot. Okay. Let's see. Okay, let's go with the new level. We have chosen Reckless Abandon with Agility. And now we are going to choose Hymn of Hatred. Critical hits scored by anyone within the Psyker's line of sight, including the Psykers themselves, increase the Psyker's critical damage by 1% until the end of combat. Yeah, this is going to hurt. And let's go with what? Okay. Let's go with Fire Within. Every time the Psyker kills or scores a critical hit against 8 creatures in one combat, the Psyker's next attack, including attacking psychic powers, will cost 0 AP and will not count toward the attack limit per turn. Okay, and J. So we have chosen before Assign Objective. Let me read this again. The Master Tactician marks an enemy. If that enemy is killed by one of the Master Tactician's allies before the beginning of the Master Tactician next turn, that ally gains momentum and +5 to all characteristics until the end of combat. Okay. Assign Objective. Okay. Let's see what we can do. Okay. Let's choose a primary objective. Assign objective also makes the target suffer +7% more damage from any sorts until the beginning of the Master Tactician's next turn. Right, pretty good. And let's choose Advanced Skill. Logic. The character gains +13 logic. The character can also roll fail skill test, +1 attempt for each test. Yeah, pretty good. And let me check. So I don't have the feature, right? Let me check. I think I failed the test. Okay, Paradox solved. This character can use their heroic act regardless of their momentum, without spending momentum. Okay, so this is done, I guess. I want to try something. So let's see. Okay. So by type. Okay, let's take back this one because I like it. Okay. Let's see. Is it still here? Okay. Paradox solved. I'm curious to see if I can equip it with Pascal 2. Okay, oldest to newest, I guess. Maybe let's go with this one for now, at least.
I'm listening.
Okay, just to see if it's going to work, but maybe it will. Time to help J friends.